Morning, everyone. Good morning. I love the energy, even though we have some MCC. All right, now I am Laura K. Cooper, and I hail from the heart and soul of Mississippi Delta, Greenville, Mississippi. And currently, I'm an assistant public defender in Forest County, Mississippi, that's in Hattiesburg. And on behalf of the Magnolia Bar Association, and specifically the Tougaloo Summit Planning Committee, I welcome you all into this space, into this room. We are having our annual Tougaloo Summit. The history of the Magnolia Bar Association is germane to the history of the Tougaloo Summit. The Mag Bar Association was founded by 9 attorneys in Mississippi who could not sit for the Mississippi Bar. During a period of desegregation, of segregation, these lawyers formed a society, a safe space for Black lawyers to practice the field of case, and to also advocate on behalf of African American people in the state of Mississippi. It brings me great joy to be a Black attorney in Mississippi in 2022 and to know that we are continuing the tradition of our founders by advocating for issues that we're facing on an everyday basis. This summit is entitled A Masterclass in Social Engineering. And right now, I just want to read the room a little bit. If you are an attorney, with raise your hand. Welcome to the summit, and thank you for your own version of social engineering. If you are a student in the room, would you raise your hand? Welcome, and you are also doing your own work in your own spaces, being social engineers for people that look like you from places where you've been, where you were raised. We are a tiny example of what can happen when we put our minds to do something. And I'm so excited to have you here. This space is not a lecture. This is a place where you can be laid back, relaxed. This is going to be a conversation between not only the panelists that we have here, who are experts in their field, they're social engineers in their own right, but also what makes it a master class is everyone in the room are social engineers in our own right. So we're here to learn from one another, to hear each other's perspectives, because we live in places that other people do not. We have experiences that other people have not had. And so this is a space for us to learn from one another. And that's what makes it a master class. We have people from all across Mississippi who will be attending here, not only in person, but also virtually. We have partnered with the Black Pacers multimedia platform to provide live streaming for people who cannot be here in person. We're still dealing with some drawbacks of COVID-19, and so we did want to make it accessible for the community. And so we are here in number, and I'm so excited to bring on behalf of the Magnolia Bar Association greetings. So feel free to chime in. If you feel so passionate about a certain topic, please join in the conversation. Do not hold back. Because this is not a space where it's a hold back. We only get together so often. And so this is our time to talk about everything that's going on in Mississippi. There's a lot going on in Mississippi. Always has been and still is. And so this summit is timely. You're in the right room. You're here at the right time. So please feel free to be a part of the conversation. The next person I bring up is Monica Mendez, which is the president of the Magnolia Bar Association. Good morning. Good morning. I think Laura has done a really good job of introducing why we are here today. And so with that, I'm just going to greet everyone on behalf of the Magnolia Bar Association. As Laura said, I am the president, and I just thank you all for being here today and joining us. This is our second event, and we are now trying to transition from being virtual back to in-person. So I'm glad that you all joined us here. Thank you. And I'm sorry, as Laura said, please feel free to join in the conversation. That's why I'm All right, the next
am the president of the Magnolia Bar Foundation. I am looking forward to this informative session. This is always known as a safe space for the community to express their issues so we can see what's going on around the state of Mississippi and what the Magnolia Bar Association can do better. I'm looking forward to it. Laura has put on an amazing panelist, and so I'm looking forward to hearing everything that the community has to make us better and to make Mississippi better. Thank you, Laura.
Thank you, Trina. All right, the next person you'll hear from is Untitled Williams. He is the president of the Ruby Pre-Law Society and a part of the Tougaloo. So we want to keep the tradition and make sure that you're keeping in contact with the students here at Tougaloo College.
Greetings and most humble salutations. I am Untitled Williams, a senior English major and pre-law minor here at Tougaloo College, where I serve as the immediate past president of the Student Government Association, as well as the current pre-law president for the Ruby Pre-Law Society. As a current student at a historic institution, it is my distinct honor to welcome you all to today's summit. I cannot express how vital it is to have all of you on campus with us today. On behalf of the Tougaloo student body and the Ruben B. Anderson Pre-Law Society, I would like to formally welcome you all to today's event. Thank
you. All right, so time back in on being social engineers. This first panel is designed to be a search engine. So we want to start with learning the foundation about what's going on in Mississippi, who's in power in Mississippi, how do they exercise their power, and who are responsible. We're trying to figure out who's responsible for some decisions that's been made in Mississippi, and where can you direct your attention if you want to make changes or if you have questions. So again, this is an informative session. If you have questions, chime in. If you have something to add, feel free to chime in. And right now, I'm going to introduce our dynamic moderator. She is Tougaloo's very own Wakinya. Wakinya is the director of the Southern Poverty Law Center, Mississippi State Office. A native Mississippian, she forges partnerships with local communities to advance the SPLC's mission to dismantle white supremacy, strengthen intersectional movements, and advance the human rights of all people. Clanton also leads the SPLC Advocacy Institute, a training ground for community organizers seeking to develop the skills necessary to create positive community change. Previously, Clanton has served as senior advisor to the Democratic National Committee chair. She was National Executive Director of the National Organization of Black Elected Legislative Women, where she led efforts that fueled electoral victory for Black women. Elsewhere on Capitol Hill, she was a key aide to U.S. Representative Billy Thompson of Mississippi. She also served as an equity advisor on race, gender, policy, and public engagement for social networking company Nextdoor and cosmetic retailer Sephora. Clanton is a graduate of Tougaloo College, where she earned her bachelor's degree in sociology. She earned a master's degree in business administration from the University of Phoenix. She is a certified political operative through the Congressional Black Caucus Institute, political education, and training boot camp, as well as campaign school at Yale University, which is dedicated to increasing the number of women in elected and appointed office. Clanton is a certified diversity and inclusion specialist through Cornell University's Diversity and Inclusion Certificate Program. Let's welcome Ms.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Despair. Perhaps it is this despair which we should attempt to examine if we hope to bring water to this desert. It is, of course, in the very nature of the myth that those who are its victims and, at the same time, its perpetrators should, by virtue of these two facts, be rendered unable to examine the myth or even to suspect, much less recognize, that it is a myth which controls and blasts their lives. One sees this, it seems to me, in great and grim relief, in situation of the poor white in the deep South. The poor white was enslaved almost from the instant he arrived on these shores, and he is still enslaved by a brutal and cynical oligarchy. The utility of the poor white was to make slavery both profitable and safe, and therefore the germ of white supremacy, which he brought with him from Europe, was made hideously to flourish in the American air. 2 world wars and a worldwide depression have failed to reveal to this poor man, that he has far more in common with the ex-slaves whom he fears than he has with the white masters who oppress them both for profit. Good morning. And welcome to the search engine, Mississippi's Power Dynamics Explained. In a place like Mississippi, it's hard to believe that we, in the 21st century, are still dealing with many reforms for the face of that. I am so delighted to be joined by such an amazing panel of experts, starting with Judge Westbrooks, Charles Taylor, as well as Senator Derrick, who I think both are joining us online. And so we can get a key who want to engage the full of this panel. And while we do that, I want to take a moment and introduce our actual illustrious panel. So today, in person, we have Judge Latrice Westbrook, who was sworn in as a member of the Mississippi Court of Appeals on January 3rd, my birthday, 2017. Judge Westbrook was born in Memphis, Tennessee. She earned her Bachelor's of Science degree from Austin Peay State University in Clarksville, Tennessee, and law degree from the University of Detroit Mercy School of Law in 1997. She was admitted to the Mississippi Bar that same year. And in October of 1997, she began serving as Assistant District Attorney for Harrison, Hancock, and Stone counties, making her the first African-American woman ADA in the Second Circuit District. In 2000, she joined the law firm of Bird and Associates. And in 2001, she opened her own law practice, representing clients in both criminal and civil matters. She has served as a prosecutor, a city attorney for the town of Isola, that was that Delta coming out, of Isola, and a public defender in Holmes County. In 2013, she became interim communications director for Jackson's Mayor Chokwe Lumumba, and then joined the city of Jackson's city attorney's office as legal counsel for the Jackson Police Department. She returned back to private law practice in 2014, and then she served as a municipal judge for the city of Lexington before being elected to the Court of Appeals. She works in conjunction and has served on several boards for several nonprofits and organizations, and she is a member of several legal organizations. You all allow me to present to you the Honorable Latrice Westbrook, Appellate Court Judge. Next, we have joining us Senator Derrick Simmons, who is a trial lawyer, former municipal court judge, adjunct college professor, and a Mississippi State Senator. Senator Simmons is a co-founder and co-owner of Simmons and Simmons LLC, attorneys at law in Greenville, Mississippi, with his twin brother, who is also the mayor of the city of Greenville. He has his bachelor's in business administration at University, where he also followed by his master's in business administration and his Juris Doctorate from Howard University. Senator Simmons has served on various legislative committees, including the Interstate and Federal Cooperation, Corrections, Finance, Judiciary's A&B, and Wildlife, Fisheries, and Parks Committee. He currently chairs the Municipalities Committee and is the vice chair of the Constitution Committee, which is a very, very, very important committee here in Mississippi. He serves on several corporate boards, and he is affiliated with the American Bar Association, National Bar Association, Mississippi Bar, Magnolia Bar, the District of Columbia Bar, and Greenville's Rotary Club. Senator Simmons is a Mason, a lifetime member of the NAACP, and a life member of Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated. Senator Simmons also sits on Mississippi's Technology Alliance Liaison Committee. Senator Simmons, welcome. And finally, we have with us the newest executive director for the Mississippi State Conference of the NAACP, Mr. Charles Taylor. Mr. Taylor is a graduate of Morehouse College with his degree in philosophy, and he's a member of Freedom Side, a national collective of social justice community organizers. He started out at the NAACP as a state organizer, and he now serves as the state conference's executive director. He recently served as the data director for several nonprofit and political campaigns here in the state of Mississippi, including Mike Espy for Senate in 2018, as well as Jay Hughes for Lieutenant Governor in 2019. He's the principal of Payton Strategies, a political data firm based in Mississippi, specializing in data collection and management. He provides consulting services for nonprofits and progressive candidates ranging from federal to local districts. And he has a background in community organizing, political direction, and canvassing that pales next to none. Mr. Taylor was born in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, while his father attended law school, but then he was uprooted to return home to Mississippi, where he and his family reside today. He has one daughter, Peyton Elizabeth Taylor, and he is who also, no, she doesn't. No, she resides in Houston. Sorry. And then Taylor is a lifetime member of the NAACP, who works closely with Derrick Johnson, who's now the national NAACP president, and structuring many of Mississippi's progressive policies in terms of the advancement of Black and colored people here in the state of Mississippi. None other than Mr. Charles Taylor. All right, so I want to get right into it. I like to open up my panels with questions, because I'm a thought person. I like to think about things. I like to challenge other people to think as well. And so, Judge Westbrooks, I'm going to actually go to you and ask you this question. In a place like Mississippi, how would you define power, especially for those who feel powerless?
Good morning, and again, thank you to the executive committee and the committee over the Tougaloo Summit for inviting me to be here and participate on the panel this morning. How would I define power? Power is that which you hold, that you know others don't have, that you can exercise over those that don't have it. It is influence. It is affluence. It is control. It is all those things that you know you can use to benefit yourselves or those who you want to benefit. That's how I would define power. And what does that look like in Mississippi? Probably either someone like Mr. Taylor or Senator Simmons would be better suited to answer that question. But I would say look at the money, who controls it. Look at the information, who wields it, who disseminates it, and look at the power, to use that word, the power of the vote, and who actually uses it. So.
Follow the money. And speaking of which, I'm gonna go ahead and follow it up to the senator, who has one of the chief jobs of helping follow the money in the state legislature. Senator Simmons, same question. In a place like Mississippi, how would you define power, especially for those who feel powerless?
Well, when you look at the makeup of the state of Mississippi or the composition of elected officials in the state of Mississippi, you look at the Mississippi legislature where Blacks and minorities are in the minority in the legislature. So we basically have a supermajority of Republicans that run the Mississippi legislature. When you look on the federal level, you look at Congressman Betty Thompson as the only Democrat and the only Black elected official that represents us in Washington, D.C. So the power is in the people, but the people certainly determine who represent them. And to the extent we are in a representative democracy, who represent you determines what you have regarding your quantity and your quality of life. So in one breath, it's certainly the people who have the power. But in a representative democracy, your elected officials, they wield the power and they make the decisions on your quantity and quality of life, what your healthcare looks like, what economic development in your communities look like, whether or not your schools are funded, whether or not your roads and bridges are being repaired and maintained, uh, whether or not you have constant attack on your voter rights, or whether or not women, children, and families are being attacked, as we have seen of late. Certain rights and privileges that you are afforded can be given to you and or taken away based off those in power. Mississippi looks differently than New York. Georgia looks differently than California. And it's all because of power.
Mr. Taylor, same question.
Hey, good morning, everyone.
And
I hear you now. Sorry about that. First, I want to thank the Magnolia Bar for having me. You know, this is a privilege to be on this panel, both with Wakinya, Clanton, Judge Westbrook, and Senator Simmons. The only thing that would make it better if I was able to be there in person today. You know, for 67 years, the Magnolia Bar has been a pillar in our community. You know, it has been the legal association for African Americans throughout the state of Mississippi. And, you know, what it has been able to accomplish over those years is insurmountable. And I'm just excited to see what the Magnolia Bar will do, you know, for another 67 years. I'm also excited because we have some young folks in the audience. You know, I believe there's some high school students, particularly Kaylee Amos, who's making the decision as to where she wants to go to college. I would tell her that you definitely should go to a HBCU. We're going to
Tougaloo's right
I was
here.
talking to your mother this morning, and I was going to put a plug in for Tougaloo College. As you see, Wakinya Clanton, who serves as the state director for Southern Poverty Law Center, is a proud example of Tougaloo College. You all sit in the Benny G. Thompson Center, where Congressman Thompson is one of the most powerful congressmen that there is in the land. And for me, serving as the executive director for the NAACP in Mississippi, I'd be remiss not to mention Derrick Johnson, who's our national president, who's also a Tougaloo graduate, proud Tougaloo graduate, I would say that. You know, so thank y'all for having me. But Wakinya, I really appreciate the question. You know, when I think about power, I think about it this way. It is simply the ability to make a decision. If you can make a decision, you have power. Let's think about what people talk about power. They think about it in these very perverse forms. Well, that is for in an awful way. But, you know, when you in the morning, there are certain decisions you are able to make based on the amount of power that you have in your life, whether you have agency on your life, et cetera. And so as we think about this in the state of Mississippi, we think Mississippi has more Black elected officials than any other state in the country. So that means that when I go to Greenville, Mississippi, and the person who is deciding, you know, what does public policy look like, or one of the people who decide what does public policy look like in Greenville, That's Derrick Simmons, who was a senator then. But also, it's his twin brother, as we mentioned, Eric Simmons, who is the mayor. And so that's what power looks like. Now, in this context of Mississippi and how do we advance, ultimately, Mississippi is going to be a state that eventually will be controlled by Black folks. And the question becomes, what decisions are we able to make for our people at those times? And that's ultimately what we should be fighting for. My day to day is fighting for Black power, specifically for folks in Mississippi. And, just like I said, to say it plainly, I fight for Black people to make decisions, have the ability to make decisions over their own lives. So thank you so much for the question, Wakinya. And like I said, I'm excited to be here.
Thank you so much, panel. A couple of questions came to mind for me as you all were discussing your definitions or your views of power. And as three incredibly powerful people who have the responsibility of ushering in protections for people every day, right? Whether you're sitting in a court and having to make judgments on behalf of people to determine their life outcomes, whether you are on the front lines of defense every day advocating with people in the street, or whether you sit on the hills of Congress Street and you have the job of making decisions that will impact the lives of Mississippians. How are you using your various seats of power in a balanced way that one strikes accountability, but also protection for some of the most vulnerable people who exist here in Mississippi? And Judge, I'll give you a minute to think about it. I'm gonna go to you, Senator Simmons, because right now what we're seeing in Mississippi across all of these different policy areas, the most vulnerable of us are being attacked. That's the only word I can think of when it comes to it. Poor people are under attack. And depending on how you look at it, it can be viewed as genocide in so many ways. And so as a legislator, as one of the most powerful legislators who sit in the Mississippi State Legislature, shed a little light for us on that.
Wakinya, certainly I wanted to take this opportunity to thank you for being our moderator, and certainly to our Magnolia Bar president, Laura, and other program organizers for giving me this opportunity, and also, most importantly, to those in the audience and who are listening virtually, who have come to this Tougaloo Summit this morning to accept the duty and responsibility of being social engineers. To your question, as the Senate Minority Leader, I have seen decisions made at the state capitol that are nothing short of attack on the working poor. I've given you the backdrop as it relates to the composition of the Mississippi legislature. I've given you the backdrop as it relates to the makeup of who represents us in Washington, D.C. But if I had to look at it as a picture or look at it as the atmosphere in which I work, I am thinking about the 1993 Fordyce protests. And then fast forward to the walkout that I led this year, protesting critical race theory and other return to whiteness policies we are seeing in Mississippi. 30 years later, we see a Mississippi reflective of what we see across the country. If you can understand what is going on in America, you can understand what is going on in Mississippi, where Trump rhetoric and policies created the atmosphere that led to the terrorism that we saw on the Capitol in January the 6th. It's leading now to states changing their laws on how elections are certified, more laws to suppress and restrict the fundamental right to vote, and little to no laws that will expand, protect, and restore that sacred right. Now, there's an effort that seeks to return us to the toxic political notions of racial superiority, stokes fear of immigrants and minorities, and attempts to build a notion of white majority, which feels like they have to defend their power by any means necessary. So you don't have to go far to look at Exhibit A of what we're seeing in national politics, because you can go right on High Street, where I work 90 days, the first 90 days of every year, to fight for our people who are struggling in Mississippi. So when you raise the question, what am I doing? I'm doing everything I can, despite the fact that I'm in a minority, as a Senate minority leader, trying to do everything in my power to make the conditions in Mississippi better for Black folks, better for working people. In 2020, and I'm concluding, Wakinya. In 2020, I had the privilege of being instrumental in changing the Confederate flag. But every April since then, your governor has proclaimed Confederate Heritage History Month. Every April. We don't have Medicaid expansion in Mississippi. Rural hospitals are on the verge of collapse. The return of federal dollars set aside for rental assistance. Constant attack on women, children, and families in Mississippi. The largest embezzlement scandal in the state's history, where we're seeing people who are privileged not really being held accountable. But then you see the lady down the street who failed to report one additional person in her household get sentenced to 3 years for SNAP benefits. Billions of tax dollars being cut that robs us of our ability to reward and retain state employees, our nurses, our teachers, to fix our roads and bridges, to expand broadband, spur economic development in depressed parts of the state. You don't have to go far to figure out what is happening in Mississippi. And if I had to just talk about or sum it up, the long-time senator, Senator David Jordan from Greenwood, says this about Mississippi: we are stumbling in the future backwards. So when you ask the question, Wakinya, what am I doing? I'm doing everything I can in my power in the Mississippi legislature to try to help working Mississippians and to help Black people who has done everything that they know how to do to enjoy the rights and privileges that are afforded to so many other Mississippians.
Thank you so much, Senator. Judge, I'll go to you. Charles, I'm gonna actually give you a different question, but Judge, I want to make sure I get you in on this one.
What can I do? Okay. What can I do in my stead as an appellate court judge? I'm not in the legislature where I can create the laws or fight the bills, but once they are created and once they are enacted and become law, and once and if they are challenged, then it is my responsibility to make sure that any law that does not respect or uphold or have some dignity for the human experience does not stand. And that is our responsibility as judges. Martin Luther King had a phrase, had a quote in his book, Why We Can't Wait, that says any law, and I'm paraphrasing, but any law that somehow demeans the human experience is unjust. Any law that upholds the human experience is just. And so any law that is unjust whether it is written. We all know that there are laws that are unjust. We've seen that recently, and Senator Simmons just spoke to that. And so it's our responsibility as judges, while especially as an appellate court judge, where we work in conjunction with other judges, we may not always have the vote to cast down any unjust law, but we still have a responsibility to acknowledge it, speak out against it in our chambers, in the confines of the court, with other judges, and write against it. Because as we all know, that sometimes dissents may start out as a dissent, but years later, and even decades later, can become the law. And so you have myself, you have Judge McDonald on the Court of Appeals. And so whenever we have the opportunity, we will write out against a law or an experience that is not unjust. We may not get that vote, but we will write out and speak out against it when necessary. Now, that doesn't always mean that there are times when we hear a lot of criminal cases, because a lot of the cases that matriculate through the court system are criminal cases. And so that doesn't mean that we won't have to uphold or affirm a conviction, because that has to happen sometimes. But there are times when you do speak out and you do write against someone who you think has not gone through the system fairly, has not been treated fairly, and you believe that even if, Derrick just mentioned the young woman who received 3 years for snaps. Well, even if they were sentenced correctly under the law, then we still have to speak out and say, listen, that's still unjust. That's still not right. There was an opinion over a year ago, Russell v. State, where a young man was a habitual offender and received the maximum sentence as an habitual offender, but he was sentenced because he was in possession of marijuana. And that case received national attention. Why? Because you had a judge who since gave him the maximum sentence, I believe it was about like 30 years or so, but it was a crazy amount of time for simple possession of marijuana. And, when we're looking at what's happening in Mississippi with the legalization of medical marijuana, it's probably I'm speaking out of terms for those of you in virtual land, but it's probably only a matter of time, maybe decades away, maybe scores away, but still it's only a matter of time when the marijuana itself may become legal. And here you have someone who's being sentenced to 30 years or better or more for simple possession. And so in that instance, we had an opportunity to write and speak out against that through our writing, through our opinion. And so that's how we're able to do it as judges. And with trial judges, they have more of an opportunity. You see what Judge Reeves does on the bench in the federal courts. And so they have an opportunity to sentence people that they want to sentence. They have an opportunity to let people get and have their jury trials. They have an opportunity to do that. And so we all in our various steads find a way to fight injustices when and where we can.
Charles, in your experience, I'm going to switch. In your experience and through your encounter with folks on the ground, what can you tell us about the energy and direction that we're headed to, or that we're headed in?
Thank you for that question. It's interesting. As Derrick began, and also Judge Westbrook talked about some of the egregious things that's happening with our state leadership right now, and these are things that are nothing new to Mississippi, nothing new to southern states like ours. But I remain optimistic because people are beginning to ask the right questions in Mississippi. I think about Medgar Evers in this moment, and one of my favorite quotes from him is, our only hope is to control the vote. And so, as we think about that, and we think about recent victories we've seen in Georgia, and I tout Stacey Abrams and Nsé Ufah and others in Georgia for those victories. You have a scenario where folks are not asking questions in Mississippi like, how do we make sure this person gets elected in 6 months? But it's more so, how can we create a paradigm shift in the state over the course of 10 years or 5 years, et cetera? And so, in thinking about this notion of power, how can we make sure that folks who are going to be just, not just to some, but to all Mississippians, are in power? With that being said, if you look at our state, we are right on the cusp of changing the dynamics in this state, and I think that's why we're seeing such awful things right now. It's one of those scenarios where, in an off-year election, you could actually win, a progressive candidate could win by flipping somewhere between 50 to 60,000 votes, or increasing the electorate by 100 to 120,000 individuals, and that's very doable and that's very possible. But what has to happen in order for that in those instances, is that we have to begin to reshape our social justice ecosystem. What I mean by that is this: looking at Georgia and Mississippi in the juxtaposition. So, in 2018, Mike Espy ran for Senate in Mississippi, and in 2018, Stacey Abrams ran for governor. Mike Espy, lost in Mississippi, and Stacey Abrams narrowly lost in Georgia. 2020, Mike Espy runs again, runs a great campaign as he did in 2018. Wakinya Clanton, she was instrumental in both campaigns, as well as many others. And so, you saw this successful campaign, you saw more money being raised, you saw more momentum in the state, but ultimately we did not see the victory that we wanted. But in Georgia, they did. Well, what happened between 18 and 20 mattered. In Georgia, there was an increase in the number of individuals that were registered to vote, considerable. In Mississippi, it was almost stagnant. In Georgia, there was an increase between those two elections of the number of touches, attempts, et cetera, on voters. But in Mississippi, that didn't pick back up until, a few days prior to the election. And so what I am seeing is that folks are building that infrastructure. You see social justice organizations that's in the development of 501c3 tables around civic engagement work, C4s, communication hubs, donor alliances, so we can actually pay for all of these things. And once we get that infrastructure apparatus up and running, we'll be able to win things that we couldn't imagine just years prior. The question for me then becomes, what do we do with it? How do we also govern in this matter? And it's folks like the Mississippi Bar that's going to be so important to that. I know I'm among family, so I'm gonna speak honestly. If you sit on a board, or if you are an elected city council person, alder person, et cetera, oftentimes you have good intentions for what you want to do for your city, but it's your city attorney, your county attorney, your board attorney that has a lot of power. What I mean by that is many of the folks who serve in these offices are just good people across the state of Mississippi that wants the good for their area. But it's a county attorney that can sit back and say, hey, you know what you just said, that's legal. We can do it. What you just said, I don't know if I would suggest that's the case. And so I've seen county attorneys, city attorneys, board attorneys almost make a wholehearted decision for entire board, because they have that power and that gravity as the legal voice in the room. But what we have to do is make sure that we have more folks who are members of the Magnolia Bar in those situations. Mississippi, we African Americans control, I want to say, about 21 of the 82 counties that we have in the state. Well, we got less than 10 of those counties have African Americans serving as their board attorneys. That's a shame. Now, I have to be honest about it. On one hand, I am upset with those elected officials for doing that. On the other hand, I ask myself, well, how many members of the Magnolia Bar or whomever helped to get those folks elected? And so ultimately, we got to work together, because we will be able to control this state, but it's only going to happen if our legal communities, our business communities, our political communities, social justice communities all come together and think not only how to win the election, but also how best to govern for our folks.
Charles, thank you for that. And y'all, this is such a great conversation. And I have many other questions I would actually like to ask you, but I know for the sake of time, we're going to actually pause, and I'm going to extend one question to the audience. And I ain't going to choose, so y'all choose by standing up if you have a question that you want to ask to the panel. But you have about 30 seconds to do that. 30, 29, 28. All right. Hearing none, I'm actually going to go to my rapid fire question, and I always have questions. And this is quick 30 seconds from each one of you. What is one charge that you would like to offer to everyone watching or listening to us today?
Starting with me?
Yes, of course.
I thought about this, and my one charge is, if you want to get involved, one way to get involved is to really humble yourself and volunteer and get involved. And what do I mean by that? There are so many gems that we have. Charles just talked about members of the Magnolia Bar. There are so many gems that we have here, living legacies that we have still with us here at the Magnolia Bar, who are actually still practicing. And, I think about Carol Rose, who does a lot, who has done a lot with election protection and redistricting. I'm looking at Rod McDuff here in the audience, who is one of our, premier constitutional advocates, scholars, and civil rights attorneys. If you want a case to go to the U.S. Supreme Court, call Rob, you have John Walker, you have so many people. One of the ways that I got involved, and this is probably more than 30 seconds, but one of the ways that I got involved in, to actually be on the road that I'm on and have gotten here, I would call Chokwe Lumumba, the late Chokwe Lumumba, up and say, Chokwe, what you got? And, I didn't think about him as this, this icon, and he didn't come across as, this I am Chokwe Lumumba, but he was literally somebody whose office I can go to, I could talk to, sit at his feet. And, when it came time for him to call on me and say, hey, I have this case, can you take it? I took it and I ran with it, and we had a working relationship until the day that he transitioned. And so, and it blossomed into more than just me being a trial attorney going to trial with him, or him coming to trial with me. There was so much more that it grew into. And so, take the opportunity and don't always look for a check. It's great to get paid. It's wonderful to get paid, but the knowledge that you receive when you are under someone's tutelage, like a Rod McDuff or Carol Rose, is priceless. And when it comes time to working on issues like redistricting, because we are facing that, like election protection, because we are facing that, like protection, like a woman's right to say what goes on with her body. When it comes to that, then those attorneys are going to look to you. And people in the Magnolia Bar and in the community are going to see you working with those attorneys. And when they are unable to take it on, or it's time for them to pass on the torch or light someone else's torch, then people are going to look to you. And so that's one way for you, that's my one charge. And I'm very serious and very passionate about that, because I believe in that. Make yourself available, humble yourself, make yourself available, and work with the people who have the knowledge, the institutional knowledge that can pass on to help our community.
If I had to just give one charge, I know we out of time. Wakinya, vote, vote, vote. I think Charles has basically given us a comparison contrast between what happened in Georgia in 2 years and what happened in Mississippi in 2 years. Right between that 2-year period was 2019. And we lost the governor's race by less than 45,000 votes. If that outcome would have been different, the response to the pandemic would have been different. Whether or not we had Medicaid expansion would have been different. I mean, the last 3 years of our lives as we know them as Mississippians would have been different. So if I had to issue one charge, vote, vote, vote like our lives depend on it, because they do.
Thank you, Senator. Charles, round us out.
Judge Westbrooks and Senator Simmons said it best. So I'll yield my 30 seconds just to say thank y'all for having me. Judge Westbrook, is always a pleasure. As she worked with my mother for many years, and the thing that I always appreciate, because my mom would come home and she would talk about you and sing your praises about how much you cared about the people. And so happy to have you on the bench. Same with you, Senator Simmons. And ultimately, one quick charge, if I could just, echo that sentiment, is for your young attorneys, get involved in some of the social justice organizations, lay at the feet of folks like Carol Rose, because I guarantee you, if you do it, you will be able to do good and well. And so thank you.
Thank you so much. Y'all join me in giving my panel an amazing round of applause. No, I know they shared to vote and to volunteer, but in those caveats, I'm going to add voter protection. We need voter protection every single year. We simply do not have enough attorneys who are leaned in to help us in some of the communities where it matters the most. Everybody wants to flock to Jackson because that's generally headquarters, but we need folks out in the trenches, out in the Delta. Voter suppression and oppression and intimidation are still very much real, right? Voter purges are very much real. People being lied to is very much real. And so we need people who understand the law, right, to help affirm people who are trying to exercise their civic duty and vote to do just that. So as you think about how and when and where you volunteer, think about voter protection as a core part of that. You are equipped to do it. And so we need you. And I want to say thank you again to the Magnolia Bar, your illustrious president, and to my neophyte, Ashley Quinn, who got me here in 5 minutes, actually. So thank y'all again for taking the time to be with us this morning. Thank you to my beloved Tougaloo College for hosting this again. This brings joy to me because I was also a member of the Reuben B. Anderson Pre-Law Society when I was here on the campus of Tougaloo College. And so this is a full circle moment for me. So thank you all so much for taking time with us this morning.
All right. Now, all of these topics that we have could go on for an entire day. It's so much vital information, so many trailblazers in the room, on the screen. So I know we're treating you out of the whole conversation, but we're at least giving you a little teaser, a little appetizer, something that you can chew on when you go back home. And so as our next panelists come down and our dynamic moderator, I will introduce her. Dr. Daphne Chamberlain is the current Vice President for Strategic Initiatives and Social Justice at Tougaloo College. A native of Columbus, Mississippi, Dr. Chamberlain completed her undergraduate studies at Tougaloo College in 2001 and received her master's and PhD in history from the University of Mississippi. Before returning to Tougaloo as a faculty member, Dr. Chamberlain taught history and African American studies at the University of Mississippi and was also the founding director of the COFO Civil Rights Education Center at Jackson State University. She returned to Tougaloo College in 2013, serving in multiple roles in the College of Social Science, as well as Associate Provost / Vice President for Academic Affairs. Her career focuses on the Civil Rights Movement, emphasizing children's participation. Dr. Chamberlain serves on the board of several social justice nonprofit organizations. She has served in the planning of several national and local civil rights commemorations, served as a social consultant, as a scholar consultant for several history documentaries, and also to the Mississippi Civil Rights Museum. And she has been invited to present her research across the country. One of her favorite quotes is that of human rights activist Nelson Mandela. Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. This quote has become a central part of the work she has done inside and outside of the classroom, within the community, and now with the students at Tougaloo College. Dr. Chamberlain strives to ensure students understand their history, capacity, and social responsibility. She serves as the advisor for the Tougaloo College NAACP chapter and has served as a co-chair of the Mississippi Freedom Summer Youth Congress, a summit that brought more than 400 students together from across the nation in various backgrounds to share the issues impacting their community. Without further ado, Dr. Daphne Chamberlain.
So we all got the memo. Good morning. I would first like to take this opportunity to thank the Magnolia Bar of Mississippi, and say how proud I am of my former student, Attorney Laura K. Cooper. But as we begin, I first want to share with you all a quote that I shared with the group in San Francisco a couple of weeks ago. And it speaks to a lot of what was spoken about with the previous panel under my sister, Wakinya Clanton's leadership. But it goes the way most people often give up their power is not to know that they have any at all. And of course, many of you learn this in your undergraduate studies or your graduate studies or your professional studies, but also if you are an avid lifelong learner. But we are keenly aware that since emancipation, Black people in this country have been strategizing to uplift the race, but also uplift our communities. And in particular, here in the state of Mississippi, women and men such as Benny Hamer, Medgar Evers, Ansley Moore, the Ladner sisters, Vernon Damer, to name a few, understood that in order for Black Mississippians to gain power, they had to know and be educated where the power lied, and of course, that was by having access to the ballot. Now, as early as the 1950s, Black Mississippians, under the visionary and thoughtful leadership of Dr. T.R.N. Howard in the Mississippi Delta, began working to build capacity to address racism and systemic gaps in education, in Mississippi's economic system and workforce, in healthcare, and also in this state's political infrastructure. And this was all in an effort to dismantle Jim Crow. And the information that I've just shared with you all offers only some historical context for where we are today in Mississippi. But 60 years later, we are engaged in this ongoing battle to address many of the issues that were mentioned earlier, and also many more. In this particular panel, Civil Engineering, the Fate of the Civil Rights in Mississippi, features two dynamic advocates who are working daily to change the state of Mississippi for the better. So it is my distinct pleasure to introduce our panelists for this session, Attorney Rob McDuff and Dr. Chauncey Spears. If you all will please join me on the stage. Now, Attorney Duff is a lawyer whose practice is based in Jackson, Mississippi. And in addition to his private practice, Rob directs the Impact Litigation Project of the Mississippi Center for Justice. His law practice has included trials and appeals in criminal defense and civil rights cases in several states. He has argued 4 cases in the United States Supreme Court involving civil and constitutional rights. Rob has represented clients in a variety of civil rights cases, including voting rights, police misconduct, employment discrimination, and reproductive rights. He was co-counsel for Mississippi's last remaining abortion clinic and was part of the team that fought to preserve the precedent in Roe v. Wade in the case where the Supreme Court recently overturned it. Attorney McDuff's criminal defense work includes acquittals in 2 separate federal court trials that led to the freedom of Curtis Flowers, an acquittal in the retrial of Sabrina Butler, the successful defense of Parchment inmate Willie Russell against charges of attempting to kill a prison guard while on death row, the representation of a member of the Jena 6 in Louisiana, and also the representation of a member of the Angola 3 in Louisiana, and exoneration of a number of people in both Mississippi and Louisiana in cases co-counseled with the Innocence Project of New Orleans. Our next panelist, Dr. Chauncey Spears, is the Community Engagement Manager at Alluvial Collective, which works to end inequality based on difference by cultivating belonging and wholeness in the world. Dr. Spears is a veteran educator and community champion originally from Memphis, Tennessee. He believes that education can be the key to human flourishing and has committed to his life's work to cultivating educational equity in communities around Mississippi. With years of work experience in the educational administration and policy with the Mississippi Department of Education, Dr. Spears brings a wealth of experience and insight to the work of the Alluvial Collective. Chauncey also previously served as the education policy analyst for the Mississippi Center for Justice. He is passionate about issues of equity and access to opportunities for more groups of people in Mississippi. Please join me in welcoming our panelists for this session, Attorney Rob McDuff and Dr. Chauncey Spears. So to get us started, I'll just start off with the first question for you both, because you've both been so busy and it's great to see you under the circumstances and on this historic campus that has been leading the way around civil rights since its inception. But for both of you, if you all would, please give us some insight on what is the fate of civil rights here in the state of Mississippi.
It's okay. Hi, good morning, everyone. Dr. Chamberlain, thank you so much. It was just, I don't know if you remember this. I called you or contacted you, gosh, was it a couple of years ago, about possibly being an expert witness in a case, but it wasn't good timing for you. And so I look forward to having the opportunity to work with you in the future. I just heard so many wonderful things about you. And it's great to be here with Dr. Chauncey Spears. We overlapped for a period of time at the Mississippi Center for Justice, and he is continuing to do great work. And so it's a real pleasure to join you. That's the fate of civil rights. I mean, that's a story that's still being written. And we are in a chapter right now, a very interesting time, a time of very troubling currents of conservative resurgence and white grievance that resulted in the election of Donald Trump and who exploited it to, of course, he's never won a majority of the vote, but he exploited it to win the Electoral College in 2016. And that has sort of had an exponential effect because the federal courts to whom the founders of the Magnolia Bar are Jess Brown and Jack Young and Carsey Hall, and their successors Reuben Anderson and Fred Banks, and their successors Carol Rose and Ellis Turnage, and so many of the people in the Magnolia Bar who have brought civil rights cases on behalf of Black Mississippians. continuing a trend that goes back to 2013 when Chief Justice Roberts wrote an opinion in a case called Shelby County versus Holder that eliminated Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act, the so-called pre-clearance section. It's responsible for so much progress in Mississippi in terms of increasing the number of Black elected officials by striking down discriminatory election laws. So that's been gone for a while. But now they're going even further, and I'm worried they're going to gut what's known as Section 2. So that's just an example. Trump's infected the Fifth Circuit, which recently ruled in a case that we brought on, William Faulkner said the past isn't dead, it isn't even past, challenging a provision of the 1890 Constitution, which was designed to take the vote away from the Black people who had attained it after the Civil War. There was one provision, one racist provision from that law that was still in effect, the felon disfranchisement provision that permanently bars from voting people convicted of certain crimes, not the most serious crimes, but the crimes that the framers in 1890 thought were the crimes that were committed mostly and disproportionately by Black people. And so the U.S. Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals just rejected our challenge to that law by a 10-7 vote. And Georgia Judge James Graves, the great judge from Mississippi, great Black judge who's former member of the Magnolia Bar, who's on the Fifth Circuit, wrote a blistering dissent. And we're now going to take that to the United States Supreme Court, which is, that's not a great forum to go to, but we're going to continue that fight. And it was just so great to see Judge Westbrooks here because in a time when the federal courts are so inhospitable, the Mississippi Court of Appeals is something of a bright light. I mean, they don't win. There's just this it's a water system by the state that's being challenged. I want to tell you one more quick thing, and then I'll wrap this up. There's we've been involved in some cases on behalf of, again, talking about the past, representing Black farmers in the Mississippi Delta, the home of the plantations, the home of slavery in Mississippi, who are being discriminated against in 2022 in favor of foreign workers that are brought over through fraudulent use of the H-2A visa program. And those foreign workers, they're not Mexicans, they're not Guatemalans, they're not Jamaicans, they're white South Africans. They're getting paid more than the Black workers, even though the law requires them to be paid the same. They're getting more hours. They're leading to cutbacks on the hours for the Black farm workers, and in some cases, their termination. But so we filed a couple of lawsuits, and then we got with the NAACP, the Leadership Conference on Civil Rights, wrote a letter to the Secretary of Labor. Fortunately, we got a Democratic administration. Trump's not in for another 4 years, although he sure got a lot of votes in the last election as well. But Secretary of Labor came down here, met with our clients, met with community leaders, and a month ago, the Department of Labor sent out 30 investigators through the Delta to all of these plantations, they're called farms now, but all of these agricultural operations that are employing these white South Africans investigate. All of a sudden, we start hearing that the wages for Black farm workers are going up. Oh, we just got a raise. Oh, we just got to raise from, $7.50 an hour to $12.50 an hour. So, and that investigation is going to continue. Our lawsuits are going to continue. But that is an example of how, there still is power to fight back, even in this rather difficult time where not all of the forums we usually go to are available. And so, the chapter's got some, it's got some very depressing storylines, but also some lines of hope.
Yes, and good morning, everyone. And I'd like to thank the Magnolia Bar for inviting me to come and be on this esteemed panel with Mr. Robin McDuff. I was like, oh my gosh, but I'm just a social studies teacher. Why am I being called to come and do this? But I do want to thank you and also do a bit of a correction. Dr. Spears is my wife. I'm just Mr. Spears, but she. Yeah. I guess we're one. That's a matrimony and things like that. But yeah, but she's probably on her way. She may or may not be able to come this morning. But when you think about the question of the fate of civil rights in Mississippi, that's a fascinating question. And I look back and I think about our attempts. And I say our, I'm talking about the people on the Civil Rights Education Commission over the years and educators in the Mississippi Social Studies, the Council of Social Studies of Mississippi and the Mississippi Historical Society and all these other places where we've been advocating for education. And I think about the democratic notion of public schools. The first and fundamental thing I see when I see a public school is an opportunity to incubate our democracy. And I think that in all of the years since of so-called school accountability and things of that nature, we kind of get lost. That mission gets lost in a lot of our public schools. And so when I talk about civil rights in Mississippi, I think about the fate of our public schools in Mississippi. And they're, to the degree that they're supported and to the degree that they're democratic in the sense that resources that are distributed to them are equitable, I think that we'll be able to begin to recultivate, for lack of a better term, this democracy here in Mississippi. And then I think that from there, we begin to give citizens a sense of their place in that democracy. And that's where I think the civil rights fate lies, in understanding what is your responsibility? What are your protections in a society where the government protects the rights of its citizens at the consent of the governed? That old government teacher in me always comes out and says, students, understand that this notion of government being of the people, by the people, for the people is a experiment in the long history of the world. Not too many societies ever created said that we're going to be governed by us. Normally it's the most powerful, the people, whether it be through dictatorship, whether it be through divine right of a monarchy or something like that. But in the United States, they said, hey, the government's going to be of the consent of the people, for the people, by the people, of the people. And I think that if you ask the average citizen today, just walking down the street or be at a tailgate next week or something like that, you ask them, what's the government here for? They're probably going to say the powerful. And I think that is an indictment on us social studies teachers to understand that our first and primary goal is to make sure that our students understand that this is a democracy and what that means and their responsibilities to it. And I think that that's where the fate of civil rights in Mississippi lies. When we start talking about the reality of what we witnessed over the past year or so concerning so-called critical race theory in our schools, what we're witnessing is a retrenchment of the knowledge is power paradigm. This idea that when we educate our citizens about what it means to be a citizen and the power that they have in that vote, when we fail to do that, people take in and exploit the ignorance. So I'm always an advocate for teaching about what their roles are and what citizens' roles are in the democracy, as well as what it meant to get certain people to the point where they can be a part of that democracy. One of the things that we did, now I'll be quiet, one of the things that we did when we first started looking at including civil rights and human rights education in the public schools was that we set out for a definition of civil rights. And it came about after discussions with people on the Civil Rights Education Commission about what do we mean by that and what will fly in Mississippi, around that. And I was like, well, civil rights are basic human rights that may be protected or should be protected by our government of the people. So when we start talking about things like life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, that's some good rhetoric. But in reality, what we're talking about is protecting human dignity. In spite of what society may say is your human worth. In other words, some people may say that having access to wealth, having access to power, and all these things kind of esteems other people above some others. But in reality, in a democracy, every person counts. Every person should count. And how that comes about is by people asserting their humanity before power, speaking truth to power, and asserting that. And what we've seen in the history of Mississippi civil rights movements is these people, these courageous people asserting their humanity before a all-powerful and all-oppressive government, and willing to stand and give their all to that. And we've seen so many of our figures give their all to that. And so the fate of civil rights in Mississippi is going to come down to, in my estimation, making sure that we cultivate the next generation of young people to understand their rights as citizens in a democracy and how to advocate for those rights effectively before the government. Does that make sense? Okay, good.
What we have is that there's hope for the future here in the state of Mississippi, because we have some organizations that are highly committed to ensuring that freedoms are protected. And then organizations that understand that their freedom is entangled with the freedom of every other man, so they want to ensure that freedom is first and foremost for all Mississippians, and not just all Mississippians, all Americans. So thank you all for that. Rob, you started talking about what Mississippi Center for Justice and what you've been doing around Roe v. Wade, and of course that has been a huge conversation recently, and especially with regard to what Mississippi has done. If you would, please talk about what Roe v. Wade did. What is Mississippi's role in overturning that case, and what does that mean for Mississippi women?
As you all probably know, Roe versus Wade was a decision of the U.S. Supreme Court in 1973 that established that a woman has a right to make her own decisions about whether to continue a pregnancy and bear a child. And there were then, as now, there were a number of states that had outlawed abortion. Mississippi was one of them. Texas, Roe versus Wade came out of Texas. There are a number of states where it was legal, but many where it wasn't. And so for the last 50 years, there have been fights over particular restrictions. And we were involved in a number of those, including, for example, in Mississippi, you had to go in twice to a clinic. It's called a 24-hour waiting period. You go in first, and you had to listen to the doctor read something that was mandated by the state about the risks of abortion and the availability of resources for child care and for adoption and that sort of thing. And then you had to go home and come back 24 hours later before the abortion would be performed, because you were supposed to think about these things. The state wanted you to think about these things to try to discourage you from having an abortion. We challenged those. That was unsuccessful. But the basic underlying right was always there. And then now, 50 years after the fact, the Supreme Court has overturned that right. It's the first time in the history of the United States that the Supreme Court has taken away a right that was previously recognized. First time. And there was a lot of talk in the Supreme Court's opinion about, well, we overturn precedents frequently. When a decision is wrong, we overturn it, like Plessy versus Ferguson. That was wrong. We overturned it in Brown versus Board, analogizing themselves to the Supreme Court in Brown versus Board, doing something good. And the real analogy, though, is that they're the Plessy versus Ferguson. You know, Plessy versus Ferguson was a case in 1890 where, after the Civil War, 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments were adopted to protect the rights of the newly freed slaves. And then Reconstruction ended. White people started taking power and started violently disrupting efforts to elect Black officials that resulted in the Mississippi Constitution of 1890. And laws were passed, such as the Louisiana law and laws in Mississippi and elsewhere, that required segregation in public facilities. And that was what was challenged in Plessy versus Ferguson. Challenged that segregation law, and the Supreme Court upheld it, basically taking rights away from Black people that had been granted by the 13th, 14th. And what the recent Dobbs decision by the U.S. Supreme Court was taking away a right for women, particularly poor women, most disproportionate number of whom are people.
I ain't gonna question them because they still got audio. They got an on-screen graphic up.
Taken away a right that was previously recognized. So that's the analogy, you know, and one of the justices, Justice Kavanaugh, wrote a concurrence, and he said the Constitution is neutral on abortion. Therefore, we shouldn't get into it. We'll leave it to the state. Well, he's right in the sense that the Constitution is neutral because it doesn't say abortion's a good thing or a bad thing. It doesn't take a position on when life begins, a subject that has been debated for centuries. But what it does do, and this is following a long line of Supreme Court's decision, what Roe versus Wade did is it did take a position on who makes the decision. Is it the woman whose body is affected by a pregnancy? Does she make the decision, or does the state get to make it and thereby force her to continue the pregnancy and bear a child against her will? I always thought the answer was easy on that. In a system with a constitution where we recognize individual rights and due process of law, that should be made by the woman. But they came back and said, no, it is to be made by the state. And I think that's just totally against the Constitution. So here we are in this landscape. And, you know, it's not like it was. It's different from the way it was in 1973 when Roe was decided. Prior to that, they talked about back alley abortions using coat hangers and that sort of thing. Now it's much easier for a person to obtain an abortion outside the law, what's known as a self-managed abortion, through medication. And a lot of people are obtaining that medication online. Some of it's coming from foreign countries. It's generally considered very safe. And it can happen a person can do it in their own home. Hopefully they don't have to go to the hospital. There aren't some reactions. So it's going to be a very different situation. And Mississippi's trigger law, the law that has gone into effect that outlaws abortion, it provides a 10-year sentence, but it specifically exempts the pregnant person. And it says the pregnant person who undergoes an abortion cannot be prosecuted under this law. Now, hopefully they're going to adhere to that. Hopefully we see no prosecutions in Mississippi. But like I said, we could, and we're ready for that if it happens. Hopefully no prosecutions of the pregnant women. Is there a prosecution of someone who maybe acquires the medication and delivers it to a pregnant woman who then uses it for abortion? We'll see. We hope not, but that's the landscape we're dealing with now, and the people who have I think it is part of a backsliding that we see. You know, I mean, you look at the ebbs and flows of history. There are periods, that period after the Civil War, you know, when the former slaves enjoyed rights they'd never had before, and electing Black officials, electing Black senators, electing Black members of Congress, electing Black sheriffs, and then all of a sudden it was taken away when the federal government abandoned Reconstruction. You know, and then there's a long struggle, and then the Voting Rights Act, the civil rights activity of the 50s and 60s led to the Voting Rights Act, and there's more progress, and then their efforts to chip away. And so I think we are in the middle of this period of sort of white backlash, white grievance that is leading to a real retrenchment of people's rights and the ability to enforce those rights. But, you know, I mean, there's still, as we've talked about this morning, there's still a lot of fighting back, and there's still progress being made in certain venues and certain avenues. But yeah, I think it's part of a larger trend.
I also think too that history teaches us that that history turns on the contestation of resources. That's kind of what Marx said, Karl Marx. And I tend to agree on some level that when we start talking about civil rights, when we start talking about who has the right to control a woman's body or things of that nature, those are resources that people are contending for. When a low-income minority woman is contending for that right to determine whether or not she will carry a baby to term, you know, that's a contestation between her body and the state, as Rob has talked about. And, you know, so what we have to be careful about, and we have to be students of history about, is how these things happen and how we can continue to evolve and progress as a society by recognizing the humanity and the rights of those people who get left out, who are marginalized. And I think that's what we're seeing here is the push towards, making sure that the so-called the heretofore marginalized populations are still protected by this government, as opposed to being dominated by the more powerful. And it is always this struggle. There's always a struggle in history where we see this being occurring more and more. And so when we have advocates like people with the Magnolia Bar and advocates and things of that nature, we support them, and we know that they are a very important tool in the progress of society when we're trying to continue to protect and expand the rights of the so-called marginalized among us, and make sure that we are thinking about the so-called least of these in our society.
Great irony. There's a great irony. At the same time, the state of Mississippi, which had passed the law that went up to the Supreme Court that led to the overturning of Roe versus Wade, was asking the Supreme Court to overrule Roe versus Wade. It was refusing to extend postpartum coverage under Medicaid to a full year. It's now capped at 2 months in Mississippi, to a full year, which they easily could have done, just as they could expand Medicaid generally, and they haven't done. So while talking about the importance of life, of what the majority of the legislature believes is unborn life, they believe life begins at conception. A lot of people don't believe that. And so while talking about, they're not doing anything to help support these new babies and these mothers who don't have the resources to contend with a child and maybe another child. Many people who have abortions are already parents. And so there's this great irony of this great irony and this great disregard for people who aren't affluent and who don't share the sort of the wealth and the comfort that is enjoyed by a majority of the members of the state legislature and by the sort of people who vote to elect them.
But all of us are at the ground of doing this critical work. But I think this conversation is great for those in the room, especially for our students. Chauncey, I'm going to turn the conversation to you because you did mention the Mississippi Civil Rights Education Commission that we served on together. And I heard you eloquently articulate concerns around CRT.
Yeah.
Critical race theory. So if you could please talk about what intellectual freedoms are at stake in Mississippi, what is critical race theory, and why should we in this room, but also those who are part of the virtual audience, why should we care?
Oh yeah, we definitely should care. And I don't want to. We probably want to put a timer on me, like a couple of minutes, because I can go on and on about the limitations of such a law with that. One of the things that I think is vital to a democratic society is the opportunity for citizens to enter into debate, for citizens to come together with different perspectives and points of view, and to be able to articulate those points of view with points of fact and points of history in order to arrive at a consensus about how we will move forward as a community. When you start talking about limiting the spaces where this takes place, one of the most vital spaces where this takes place is the classroom. And the social studies teacher is trained and expert in handling these so-called difficult conversations around some of these prickly issues like abortion, like gay marriage, and all those other things that can tend to bring up about the passions of the citizens. One of the things we do at the Alluvia Collective, because this is one of the most difficult questions I get asked every day. Well, what do you guys do at the Alluvia Collective? And I'm like, well, that's a good question. One of the things I try to say is that we try to cultivate spaces where we can have these safe spaces. We have these brave and courageous conversations around these different things, and hopefully together building trust among the people in the conversation, that in turn builds community. And I hope in that community we have a empathy that's built up so that we can think about those people who may not be at the table when we start making policy decisions. But that is a democratic space. The classroom is another democratic space. The museum is a democratic space where we can come together and we can examine history in its fullness and learn from it, and also be committed to not repeating the mistakes of the past. But if you are by law, as the so-called anti-CRT bill and law does, by law, you're limiting the information that can be discussed in these spaces. I think that first and foremost, that's going to damage the civic discourse. And when the civic discourse is damaged, the democracy is weakened. I, in part, think that an incident like January 6th happens because people don't have a firm understanding of their history, a firm understanding of the notion of democracy, and a firm understanding of their place in it, because of the limitations that we've put in the democratic classroom in our public school system. In part, not always, because when that democracy is cultivated not in the classroom, but by AM radio, talk radio, or by Fox News, or by I won't offend anyone. They said we're family, so can we be family? What I find is a lot of the worldview and perspectives are formed by a lot of citizens, primarily by their preacher. And sometimes that's an excellent thing. I love my pastor, Pastor C.J. Rhodes at Mount Helm Baptist Church, and get a plug there. I love that. I think that'll be great there. But there's some places where the preacher probably isn't the most expert in history and economics and geography and political science and things, but yet their political discourse comes primarily from their preacher, because there's a vacuum. Because at the school, since social studies wasn't tested in K-8, it wasn't really taught. Now I'm in a debate right now with my son's teacher in school about not teaching social studies to third graders. Like, what do you mean? You're not teaching social studies to third graders. And I don't know if they realize that that was my work for like almost 20 years here in Mississippi, was making sure that third graders had social studies standards. They don't teach it, and so if you have young children in the schools, go back and ask them, are they teaching the social studies standards in their grades? Because when they don't, there's social studies skills like being able to recognize propaganda versus history that are being taught in those classes, that now we get a citizenry that becomes the decision makers. They really do believe that Confederate memorials are history. They're not. It's propaganda. And so I think that when you start talking about limiting the information and access to the full and unadulterated history of a land, of a community, of a state, of a nation, of the world, what you're doing is you're weakening the democracy, and then you begin to have leaders who are bred in that context, who get into seats of authority, seats of decision making, and they make choices and they make policies and make laws that absolutely possibly make no sense. Like the anti-CRT law makes no sense. If you actually study it, it says nothing. You know, and it says that we don't want to offend. I'm like, oh my gosh, that's so subjective. You can't enforce it. But that's what has happened, because we have sit. And if you saw the debates about that, like I did, I actually saw the debates about it in the Senate seat, and there were questions, legitimate questions being raised about, well, how do we enforce it? What's against this law? What would be legal to do and illegal to do? And there were no answers because the law made no sense. But it passed. And so now we're here now. One of my primary objectives now at the Alluvial is to help communities deal with this law. How do we manage this? So we start talking about banning books. We can't read Angie Thomas anymore. We can't read Maya Angelou anymore. Who can and we can't read? Makes no sense. So we have to really take time as community members and reclaim our democracy by making sure that our classrooms are equipped with the freedoms and protections to cultivate the minds that will be the leaders of our democracy in the future, and make sure that we protect the full and unadulterated history that's being taught in our schools. And that's where I think the CRT law is just really bad. For lack of a better term, it's really bad. I don't know how you could be a teacher in this context, a history teacher in this context, and just always looking over your shoulder about what can and can't be taught by people who don't really know, the history that you've been trained to teach. And that's for me, that's a very scary notion. And so we have to stand up for our children, our democracy, and make sure our communities are protected from this law. I'm not an attorney, so but one thing I would hope is that the notion of academic freedom. There's more degrees of that, I think, at the college and university level, which this law was actually applied to as well. At the college and university level, there are more protections for academic freedom than in K-12. But in a sense, my advice to community so far, like that reached out to us, has been that, well, if you're teaching history, if you can stand on history, if you're teaching a literary text, and you can stand on the academic pursuit of artistic aesthetics, I don't see how any law can go against that. But I'm not an attorney. But I just know that as a teacher, there's certain things that my discipline says I must do in order to effectively impart this information or these skills, these dispositions. And one of the things as a history teacher that's certainly protected is the fact that, well, if it's historically, academically defensible, of course we can bring the ideas to fore to students and things of that nature. But in terms of the challenging it, I'll yield that to.
Yeah, I don't have the language of the law. Fairly innocuous. If you just read it, you say, oh, what's the problem with that? It just seems like it's no big deal. The concern is, at least my uninformed concern, because I don't know how it's that, but is that some teachers are going to read it and they've heard all of this stuff about, oh, we're against critical race theory. Critical race theory is wrong, and they're gonna pull back on their teaching of history, and they're gonna not teach the real history because they think they can. Or it may be a conservative teacher who uses this as an excuse to stop teaching, to stop giving out the textbook that talks about the real history and the materials. So my concern is how it plays out. And if someone were to, I think, misuse it, some teacher were to misuse it in the schools, there might be a court challenge there, but I think just to the language itself, there's not.
Nope. It was just your magic touch. Good morning, and I very much appreciate what you all are saying. And I guess my question has more to do with not so much that these laws don't make sense. They make sense if we go back to the first panel about power, right? So they make sense if power is about limiting the marketplace of ideas. And if we look at communications over the last 25, 30 years, that since when I was a kid, you had options when you turned on the TV. Now there's like 3 companies or less that control the streaming, the knob, the magazine, the billboard, right? Like the consolidation of communication has been happening. And so we're going to see that mirrored in the classroom, in my mind. So my question goes more to when I think about the harness decision with the Fifth Circuit back in August, talking about the cleansing of the racism of the Mississippi 1890 Constitution. The language that I read reminded me of what happened in Indian country 20 years ago, where the end of the 90s, Indian country as in indigenous people in the United States were told, well, we can't circle back to your land claims because it's been too long, right? We can't circle back to the overt racism in the 1890 Constitution because it's been too long. So what my question is what strategies are we thinking about where the pound cake recipe has not changed? It's just dressed up, the packaging is different, right? That's a marketing scheme. That's not substantive, that's process. But it's the same, what we're starting to see now is what they've applied to others. And so I guess I'm trying to find out where's our alliance where it's not just, it's marginalized people today, but that sets the stage for a broad brush for all of our rights tomorrow. And how are we thinking about that and what are we doing about that?
Yes, and you're right. It made sense to the people who brought it because they wanted to maintain power. That's the law there. But as a teacher, I didn't know what to do. And so one of the things that we're telling communities with the alluvial is start thinking about let's elevate the conversation around education in general. Okay. Let's take it out of what books we can and can't read, what history we can and can't teach, and let's start talking about a shared interest, a shared destiny, a shared future we want to have for all children in our community. And what I mean by that is we start doing a critical assessment of what our community needs are and how they're being met by schools or not being met by schooling, and then have a conversation about how can we align resources to the needs that in the most needy areas in our community to make sure that all of our children have an opportunity to flourish and have their potential met through the schooling that they're receiving in their schools. And what that does is when we start talking about questions of curriculum and questions of accountability for schools, we started centering students, centering children, and centering our community's future as the plumb line for that. Now, in terms of how do we continue to combat what has already been repackaged over and over again as basically white supremacy centered types of notions, I think we educate. I think that we have spaces like this, spaces like the classroom, spaces like the museum, spaces like the debates, where we began to equip people with knowledge about what's going on and how this is not new and how the strategies have been employed in past have been effective in combating some of these things. And I think that is where our most powerful weapon in organizing and galvanizing a strong critical mass of people to work together to make sure that they do have their voices heard. They do have the autonomy of their lives in their own hands. Because I think right now it's so easy to abscond that responsibility and just say, oh, well, I'll get mine, you get yours. But in reality, none of us we're all fighting over crumbs. And I think that is something that has to become apparent as we are in community. talking these things out, working these things out, not retreating back to silos, but saying, hey, we have a shared destiny. We have a shared reality that we have to be participatory in order to cultivate our future for ourselves and our children. And so I think that ultimately it's about community building. And it's about making sure we're not leaving out anyone in our community that is worthy and their human dignity is not being disrespected by the powerful who are enacting these laws to maintain the status quo and to maintain their power. Because I do agree, it's to their advantage for people to be ignorant. Let's just be real. And that's what that law is all about. It's like, look, we don't want you to learn about history. One of the things that's happening, and I'll be quiet again. So I told you got to about stop me. But one of the things that's fascinating to me is this push now in workforce development in Mississippi, where we're going to talk about redefining college as just any post-secondary training. I don't know if you've seen this, this idea of just getting people jobs, and and the schools is becoming more and more a site of workforce development. Nothing wrong with that, but that can't be the only thing that's there. Because keep in mind, I think the democratic notion of schooling says that we're cultivating a democracy here. We're not just training the next workers for Toyota and Nissan, where we're actually cultivating and protecting and building our democracy here. And I think that to make a long story short, we have to be careful that we do not denigrate the minds of any human being by saying that all you need to learn about is how to screw this screw for a company or how to post this this bar together for a company. That even the welder, even the screwer on the assembly line, because like I was a couple of summers, I was on the assembly line, and I understand that. That person is a citizen in a democracy. Okay, no matter what I tell our social teachers all the time, no matter what your students go off to become, is that whether they become, presidents of the United States, whether they become engineers, whether they become entrepreneurs, whatever they're going to become, they're still going to be affected by taxes, voting, democracies in their community. And so they should know about those things. And where they learn about them primarily should be the school classroom.
And because of time, I'm going to ask that we give our panelists a round of applause. And as we close out, of course, this is a conversation that must continue in spaces like this, but also outside of spaces like this. And we need to figure out ways in which we effectively direct our efforts to try and reclaim our rights. And last but not least, I'll leave with a quote from Mega Wiley Evers. Let it not be said of us when history records these momentous times that we slept while our rights were being taken by those who would keep us in slavery and by those who would say that we are doing all right. So thank you all for coming today, and we hope you all enjoy the rest of the session.
All right. So our next panel is called Built to Last. We are exploring sustainable solutions to criminal justice and keeping on with our social engineering mindset. We are in the exploration phase where we are seeking solutions to the crime problem, and we know that it is a problem in Mississippi. Panelists, please come down. Your moderator will actually be moderating virtually. Again, this is an all-inclusive event where we have participants virtual and in person. And I'm going to do the honors of introducing our moderator. He is attorney CJ Lawrence, the CEO of Black with No Chaser, who is one of our integral partners in producing this event. Black with No Chasers is streaming our event live, and he is personally participating. He's back there on the screen. And panelists, you may take a seat. Mr. CJ is going to introduce you all, and I'm going to introduce him. Around. And actually, I'm going to give you this microphone too, since it's for y'all. Attorney CJ Lawrence is the founder and CEO of Black with No Chaser. A native of Hattiesburg, Mississippi, he is a graduate of Tougaloo College and Thurgood Marshall School of Law. The principal roles that these institutions and their namesakes have played in the perpetual struggle for human rights have fostered within him a true spirit of activism. Lawrence, the recipient of the first ever Rising Eagle Award in 2015 by Tougaloo College, has turned his focus to addressing systemic oppression, socioeconomic issues, and the amplification of unapologetic Black voices, both with his platform and with his ambitious vision. Today, Black with No Chaser engages approximately 19 million users a month and has amassed nearly 500,000 followers in 2.5 years. CJ utilizes his platform as a speaker, writer, attorney, and social media strategist to help shed light on the atrocities of injustice, but also to highlight Black joy as protests to systemic oppression. In 2014, Lawrence sparked a global phenomenon with the creation of his hashtag, If They Gun Me Down, where he utilized the juxtaposition of two photos of himself to ask the question, how would the media portray me? Which photo would they use if they gunned me down? Becoming the #1 trending topic in the world in just one day. The critique of the role media plays in the portrayal of young Black victims like Trayvon Martin, Sandra Bland, and Michael Brown created an introspective conversation within mass media that spanned media outlets including Time Magazine, New York Times, CNN, The Root, and more. It was named the most influential hashtag of 2014 by Time Magazine. Lawrence has since served as a guest correspondent on networks including CNN, CBC, and BBC to speak on matters ranging from race and the judicial system to social media and media portrayal of slain victims of police brutality. A member of the Lawyers for Black Lives movement, Lawrence has traveled everywhere from Jena, Louisiana, to Sanford, Florida, to Ferguson, Missouri, and New York City to challenge injustices directly through strategic planning and activism. He is our moderator and he is present virtually, and he will introduce our dynamic speakers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Laura. Thank you to the Magnolia Bar for hosting. As Laura stated, I am currently in Washington, D.C. for the Congressional Black Caucus conference here. And I'm so pleased to be here today with these amazing panelists. I'm so ashamed when she read my whole bio. To be expedient, I'm certainly not going to gloss over y'all's bios, but I want to highlight some of the the main points. We do have a really impressive panel here. And I'm starting with my brother KB, attorney Kevin Bass. Judge Kevin Bass was born and raised in Jackson, Mississippi. Attorney Bass is a husband, father, son, friend, and a proud Jacksonian. He's an attorney at Walker Group, PC in Jackson, Mississippi. Primarily, he practices in the areas of personal injury, aviation, and contract law. He also currently serves as a municipal court judge for the city of Jackson. Previously, he served the state of Mississippi as an assistant district attorney for the 11th Judicial District, where he worked vigorously on behalf of victims of violent crimes. He attended Green Elementary School, Chastain Middle School, and Murrah High School. He went on to graduate from Jackson State University, DI Love, with a Bachelor of Business Administration and Management, and the University of Mississippi School of Law. While in law school, Kevin was an active member of BALSA, where he served as vice president from 2010 to 2011. He also completed an internship with the Southern Poverty Law Center and an externship with District Judge Henry T. Wingate, United States District Court Judge in the Southern District of Mississippi. KB is an active member of the Magnolia Bar Association and the Mississippi Association for Justice. Also, next we have on the panel Ms. Ashley Perkins, Mississippi State Office of the Public Defenders, Capital Defense Division Mitigation Investigator. Ashley has spent the last 15 years serving the public by assisting indigent individuals with pending legal matters. She worked as a criminal defense investigator in Hattiesburg for the Forest County Public Defender's Office from 2007 through 2017. She next worked as a federal investigator for the Northern District of Florida in Tallahassee for the Federal Public Defender's Office until 2019. She returned to Mississippi to begin work as a mitigation investigator for the Office of the State Public Defender's Office in Jackson, Mississippi, in the Capital Defense Division, and has been there since 2020. Ashley has participated in many trainings and conferences throughout her career in order to strengthen her skills in a stronger effort to effectively assist clients and families. Some of the most recent include the Brian Schechmeister Death Penalty College, I might have said that so wrong, sponsored by Santa Clara Law, the American Bar Association Death Penalty Project, and the Arizona Capital Representation Act. She was selected to be a mentee in the Charlotte Holman Mitigation Mentorship Program, which she completed this spring. In May of this year, she was a participant in a Bring Your Own Case training in Raleigh, sponsored by the National Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers. In addition to her work in public service, Ms. Perkins' commitment to the community has led her to serve in other areas. Ashley is a board member of Dream of Hattiesburg Incorporation, Drug-Free Resources and Educative Alternatives in Mississippi. She's also a member of the Domestic Abuse Family Shelter. We have the Honorable Deborah M. Giles of Sunflower and Humphreys Counties, Chancellor and Youth Court Judge. Judge Giles is a native of Greenville, Mississippi. She was introduced to the world of law as a high school student. While participating in a program designed to provide practical after-school work experience, Judge Giles was assigned to the district's attorney's office. There, she was exposed to various facets of the court and law and was encouraged to pursue a career in the field. However, Judge Giles set her sights on becoming a doctor. She pursued several college degrees in medicine, completing a bachelor's in cellular and molecular biology from Tulane University, master's in environmental science and nutritional science, all from the University of Alabama, and a doctorate in public health from the University of Iowa before obtaining her Juris Doctorate from the University of Mississippi in 2008. Very impressive. Following law school, Judge Giles returned to the Mississippi Delta, where she's passionately served as a public defender for Sunflower County, city prosecutor for Indianola, and education and managing attorney for the Delta office of the Mississippi Center for Justice, in addition to her private practice. In 2019, Judge Giles was elected to serve as Chancery Court Judge for Mississippi District 9, Sub-District 2, and is currently running for re-election. We also have Ms. Rukia Lumumba. And Rukia is the Executive Director of the People's Advocacy Institute and co-director of the Electoral Justice Project of the Movement for Black Lives. As Executive Director of the People's Advocacy Institute and co-coordinator of the Electoral Justice Project, Wakinya continues the Lumumba family's rich history of advancing issues and initiatives that elevate the legal, economical, health, and educational rights of individuals, families, and communities. Named a new activist by Essence Magazine and an emerging leader by the Congressional Black Caucus, Wakinya holds a bachelor's degree in political science with an emphasis in international relations from Tougaloo College and a Juris Doctor from Howard University School of Law. She's also studied law and politics in South Africa at the University of Fort Hare and the University of the Western Cape. Thank you to all of our panelists. Very impressive panel, and we're just going to get started with the basic question, and it's a question for all of you, and that is, what is your current role? What role do you serve currently in our criminal justice system? And I'll start with KB.
Hold on a second. We have Miss Princess Abby. Do you have her information? She's going to do the honors.
Let's see. I do. I'm sorry. Abby, I'm sorry. Princess Abby, Office of the Federal Public Defender. Thank you, KB. Princess Abby is a native of Lexington, Mississippi. She attended Mississippi State University, where she received a bachelor's degree in political science with a concentration in pre-law. In 2019, she graduated from Mississippi College School of Law and became the first person hired straight from law school to the Office of the Federal Public Defender here in Jackson, Mississippi. She's a history maker. She serves as an assistant federal defender. In her spare time, she enjoys, actually, she has no spare time, as she is also the mother of a 1-year-old and a 5-year-old German Shepherd. Princess has a true passion for helping defendants and plans to dedicate her life to the criminal justice work. So I apologize for that, Princess Abby, and I appreciate you, KB, for throwing me the lob. And with that being said, I'm going to extend the question that I previously asked to all of you, which is, what is your role in the criminal justice system? And I'd also like to add to that, what led you to that role?
Okay. My name is Deborah Giles. My role in the criminal justice system, I currently serve as the chancellor for the 9th Chancery Court District, Subdistrict 2. And what is unique about that position is that Sunflower and Humphreys County, which I oversee, do not have county courts. So we are responsible for the youth court. So I do serve in the capacity as youth court judge. What led me to that calling, because I tried to run, was because mainly seeing our young men, I was a public defender in Sunflower, Washington, LaFleur, as well as Hinds County. I was extremely tired of seeing our young men, 17, 18, 19, 20, going to prison. And that was really kind of the only options. There was no foundation, their mindset, and something needed to be changed. We were not feeding our young people. So that led me to the place of running for the position and trying to make a change where we would feed the souls and the spirits of our young people and not look at punishing them, because one, they were kids. And I think one of the turning points for me was a young man that I represented. He was facing 2 life sentences. Well, no, he was facing the death penalty, and he ended up getting 2 life sentences. He was the turning point for me as I represented him, and to hear his childhood and go through that entire process with him, that was truly the turning point and wanting to make a difference for the young people in the community in which I live.
Thank you for that answer.
Hi, everyone. Again, my name is Ashley Perkins. My role, I'm going to go back to when I was the investigator for the public defender's office in Forest County. So that role, I was basically the eyes and ears, the hands and feet of indigent people who needed legal representation. So I worked for 4 public defenders, and what led me to that, if I'm just a moment of transparency, originally I was just looking for a job. I needed somewhere to work and I wanted a job with good health benefits. But it turned into a passion and a purpose. As I would see clients coming in day after day, I had a young lady who at the time was probably about the same age as me, and I just kind of had an aha moment. And I just asked myself, what's the difference between this lady sitting on the other side of the desk and me? What happened to her versus, myself? And we need to give her a chance. I need to help her. It's not, you have to go back to the beginning of people's lives. And so prior to working there, I never really knew much about the criminal justice system, the things that people went through, the injustices that people suffer. So being able to help people not go to prison, to understand, to do the investigation, to dig a little bit deeper into their lives, to show them that somebody cares about you. We're going to help you. You're not going to come here, get a public defender, and just be shuffled through again and then be sent away. So in that capacity, I was able to help people if they had a drug charge, for an example, pre-screen them for drug court instead of just assuming, you just need to go to prison. Getting people set up on house arrest so they could work and still provide for their families, and be home with their families. Because a lot of people assume, just because you have a pending legal matter, you're guilty and you just don't deserve any hope, any chance. So being able to be in that position and to help people find solutions and alternatives other than prison was what, that's my role. My current role as a mitigation investigator, it's a little deeper, a little heavier because our office represents people who are facing the death penalty. And so we take most of the cases throughout the state of Mississippi. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. So in that role, here in Jackson, we do literally just that. We have, in most of our cases, 95% or more are, African-American men. And I'm able to go out in the field, talk to their families, talk to their friends, their teachers, do interviews, retrieve their records, find out, about their mental health. We do any and everything that we can. I use this term this past summer with our interns. We leave no stone left unturned because a person's life is literally at stake. And so that is my current role, and that's what led me to it.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Ash.
Good morning. I'm Princess Abby. My current role is assistant federal defender. So indigent defendants who are facing federal charges in the federal system, I represent them. Much like what we've previously heard, what led me to that is I got tired of seeing my people in jail, going to jail, constantly locked up. I consider my clients, the people who we represent, I see my family when I see them. They are a part of me. I see my cousins, I see my family members, I see my friends, people I grew up with. So it's always been in my heart to just protect my family. So, and I see Black people, those are the majority of the people who we represent as my family. So that's what led me to wanting to I've always actually wanted to be a public defender. There's this notion that if you get a public defender, oh well, you might as well just give up. They don't care about you and things like that. So I wanted it to be my mission to become one and show people, no, just because you don't have the funds to hire an attorney, you don't deserve less than, and there are people who care about you. So that's my spiel.
Thank you, Princess.
All right, good morning. Excuse me. I'm Kevin Bass. You might hear a lot of people refer to me as KB. It's just kind of what follows you around, but I'm good with that. The first thing I want to say is I'm a municipal court judge, and I work in the justice system. I don't like using the term criminal justice system. Okay, I could go over on a long spiel of that, but I feel like that's been placed upon us. We work in the justice system. That's not to say anybody who uses it is incorrect or wrong. I just use the term justice system. Okay, as a municipal court judge, I see a lot of. First of all, I see probably the most citizens in Jackson than maybe anyone else. I used to like kind of speak in a way where I would be minimizing being a municipal court judge until somebody made me realize, like, no, you encounter more citizens than probably anyone in the justice system. So you need to make sure that you approach it that way and respect it that way. And so I kind of took that to heart. So I see people who are being, I guess, charged with tickets and stuff like that. Most things I see is a lot of domestic violence, and I also set the bonds for felonious crimes that people are being charged with. What led to me to this? I guess my story is kind of no different. You're Black, you grow up, your friends get arrested. I tell a lot of people the only difference between me and like my friends who ended up in different situations is that I had a father. It's probably like the only reason. So as it relates to that, what led me to wanting to be a municipal court judge is that I believe that you got to be in it to find out what's wrong with it, to try to change it or affect it. I mean, that's kind of one of the reasons that I entered this field in the first place. I originally was a ADA prosecutor. It was a very trying experience as far as attempting to change the way that some things are. You're fighting against two battles, so to speak, the system as well as the people that you work with and their mentalities, et cetera, et cetera. I feel like in my capacity now as a municipal court judge, I make the decision. I don't have to consider what someone else thinks or listen to anyone else. I just take both sides and I make the determination. And I'm the type of person that, generally speaking, unless it's a victim that to consider outside of a drug charge or something like that, and I have a tendency to try to help people get their lives on track, which is kind of similar to everyone else here. But that's my role, and that's how I got into it. Thanks.
Appreciate that, Judge. I think that what you all have highlighted certainly reflects that there's a critical need for individuals like you in each of these roles within this, as Judge Bass stated, this criminal justice or injustice system, depending on how you look at it and want to frame it. And I have a couple questions for you. One of them being, when you enter any courtroom, I know in my time as a criminal defense attorney, when I enter courtrooms, I often saw people who looked like us. The racial dynamics was disproportionate often, no matter what the dynamics of the county or municipality I was in. And I wanted to know what type of impact that experience has had on you, and if you've had that experience at all, how you want to address issues like that. But also, I want to raise a second component to that question, which is raised by Attorney Gates here, and that question was, how important do panelists feel that mental health and a lack of appropriate care play as a part of the criminal justice system?
Okay, I'll take a stab at that one. Mental health is extremely critical. When I approach my cases, the
the thing that's important is that I'm there to hear both sides, look at the evidence, and make a decision based on the law. And I'll speak from the youth court perspective. 99.7% of the folks that come in my courtroom, as far as the youth court, look like me. 99.7. And I deal with matters of misdemeanor as well as felonies for our young people, but I also deal with cases that involve child abuse, neglect, children in need of supervision. So literally 99.7 I've seen in the last 4 years. That is very disheartening to me. I've taken on a different approach in my courtroom. Whatever I do must be intentional. My thinking, my doing, my actions must be intentional. We're not going to get anywhere. I don't sugarcoat anything in my courtroom. I don't make apologies in my courtroom. Our children need us. I tell all of the kids that come in my courtroom, I love you. Most people don't hear that. Most of our kids don't hear that. I do have one-on-ones with my young people. They're my babies. And Miss Cooper's here, and she was in the same boat. We were intentional in our doings in that courtroom. I also hear a lot of commitments on the Chancery side. The Mississippi Delta is in a very critical place right now. There is an extreme amount of recidivism, meaning we see commitments over and over and over again, same people. But we don't have the resources. Families are tired. They're exhausted with taking care of their relatives. So I remind our children, this is what we're facing. Drugs are changing the mindset of our children. Our children are having to be adults. Although they are children in body, they are having to take on adult roles on a daily basis. That would bother anybody's psyche. So what I do in my court, I'm not huge on punishment. Now, there are some that I have to deal with, because if you commit a misdemeanor or a felony between the age of 13 and 18, you're going to see me. And if it's involving a deadly weapon, you're not going to see me. But what I make sure that I do, we have sessions, whether they're educational. I think Mr. Spears was talking earlier. I am about job readiness, career readiness. So you got to get an education. I don't play about you going to school. You got to go to school. If you got a child, we're going to figure out how you going to take care of your child and still go to school. We offer opportunities in our court to inspire and empower our youth. Again, our goals or our actions must be intentional. I was just sharing with Ms. Cooper that our court just received 2 grants totaling $1.5 million that addresses drugs in our juvenile system and their families. Mental health is a part of that. That is so important to us. So whatever we do, our goals must be, our thinking, our actions must be intentional, because the mental health of our children is critical to the future of our world. And if I'm not doing what I'm supposed to be doing with my babies, because all of them are my babies, if I'm not doing what I'm supposed to be doing, then I'm failing my community.
Thank you, Judge.
So, in my role as a mitigation investigator, dealing with these death penalty cases, mental health is at the center of every case that I have had since I've been at this job. what I'm seeing, by the time we get a case, you know, it's an adult male, mostly. When I start my investigations, when I go, you know, visit the client, I typically start with parents, grandparents, you know, and then it goes out when I get records and things like that. I'm finding that they were, you know, as young as first and second grade, getting suspended, getting expelled, all these getting in fights, behavior problems, on medication before they, you know, reach middle school. And then it's just a downhill thing from there. And then they end up in my office, and not to be pessimistic, but once I get a case, you know, it's not a whole lot that we can do besides get you life without parole. Most of the time, not every time, but unfortunately, that's just the reality of the situation. So my thought process with mental health is that, like Judge Giles here, they need partners like what she's doing in the youth court. If they're not getting it at home, and unfortunately, a lot of times they're not hearing "I love you," they're not getting a hug. Teachers are stressed out, underpaid, you know, understaffed. They don't have time to deal with children with behavior issues, you know, unfortunately, because they have to focus on the children that are okay, that need to learn so that they can, you know, move forward. So they get, I thought about this just the other day. They get, they're constantly being unprotected and undetected over and over again. And it is a horrible cycle that's happening. They're not being protected, and not necessarily what I'm seeing as well is with parents. I just met with a family a few weeks ago in North Mississippi, went to the mom's house. Her son didn't go beyond fifth grade. He's 27 years old. You know, he went from being suspended. He was in special education, Oakley training school, got out of Oakley, spent 8 years in prison, was out, I don't know, about a year maybe, back in jail. And he's facing the death penalty. He's 27 years old. Both of his parents, I met them separately, said they just didn't know what to do. They didn't know what was wrong with them. What was wrong with him? I'm sorry. You know, the mom was like, I would just ask him, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? He couldn't tell her. It's not her fault that she didn't know. They needed help. Where do they get the help? So when it ends up, so I'm seeing that over and over and over again. Had a young man who had a trial. Rico was there, you know, in Clay County, 23 years old, sentenced to life without parole. You know, his mother, he had mental health problems when he was almost the same story, you know, anger issue, behavior issues, on medication, to the effect to where his mom would put her dresser drawer up against her bedroom door at night because she was afraid of her son. She loved him, you know, cared about him. She didn't know what else to do. She was afraid of him. And so because they didn't have the help, there's not enough money and resources. Nobody has time to, let's take the time. Let's see what's really going on. Let's develop a plan so that he won't end up in my office. You know, now he's in prison. And the most horrible, heartbreaking thing about it, to this day, he calls our office. He literally does not understand what has happened. He thinks that he's coming home. So to answer the question, mental health is at the center of every case that we have. And unless if we do something when they're babies, preschool, kindergarten, help these parents, funding, we have to have the partners on every level, education, the church, the community, political leaders. It's got to happen at every level. So we won't, because we're just constantly losing these kids.
Thank you, Ashley.
I feel as though the question has been thoroughly answered at this point. Nevertheless, of course, the majority of people who I represent are Black. And when it all boils down, if I represent you it's for one of two reasons, and that's poverty or mental health issues. That's it. If you strip off the layers of every single crime or a criminal or whatever, however you label you want to put on people, because we're just people. It all boils down to either poverty, they were doing something because they needed something, or they have some mental health issues. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Princess Abby.
Oh, now it's on. I echo the sentiments. I think the as far as the mental health issues, it's been thoroughly answered. As far as in my courtroom, not my courtroom, when I'm on the bench, I don't experience it as much unless it's a domestic violence issue or I'm in front of some individuals that's been charged with a felonious offense. And I don't know how it is everywhere else, but if I were to interview someone or the public defender or the attorney tells me my client has mental issues, we want to get a mental health evaluation. That's something that I often order and have ordered to occur, but I'm not sure of the logistics or the way that it's paid for by the city of Jackson, okay, or by Hines County. I've had individuals come back after 2 weeks with a mental health evaluation, and I've had some that did not come back. And I haven't, I guess, thoroughly investigated what happens or what occurs to quote unquote address that. But I do think it's an issue because it does come up where we can't move forward. And I don't like to just, I'm either left with two options: put them in jail until they get a mental health evaluation, or let them back in the public, and they could possibly have mental health issues and harm someone else. So it's kind of the issue that I face, or we face in the city of Jackson, and we attempted to address that.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge Bass. Definitely deeply appreciate the answers that you all have with regard to that. And what I noticed and heard in your answers is that there are patterns that exist that we're observing within the communities. And I really want to dig deeper into some of the problem solving and resolution type of aspects that could be brought about. I think the judges definitely serve in a really unique role. And I think y'all have highlighted some of the ways that y'all are seeking to do alternative type of, if you want to call it sentencing, alternative judgment that allows for different opportunities. I wanted to explore that. And again, I wanted to highlight a question that, again, Attorney Gates brought in with that. She said, what, if any, ideas do we as panelists have regarding services that can be made available through the educational system, through the court systems? What are some of the things that can be done? Obviously, you already are doing some things to mitigate, but that you've thought about that could be done to address some of these patterns we see.
For me, one of the things that we did recently in the court was we called it all hands on deck. One of the biggest challenges is services. And even with our child protective services, with our youth court counselors, they don't know what the services are. We're so disconnected. And so we had a discussion, basically, as many people as I knew in the community that provided services for youth, we did what we call all hands on deck. I invited all of these individuals to the court, introduced themselves, what their role is as it relates to children. And we've made a list, and we're circulating this list. And we're going to have this every quarter, bringing in more and more partners, because we don't know all the services that are out there. And that's a challenge for a lot of families. They don't know where the services are. In the Mississippi Delta, we have Life Help, and families are having to involuntarily commit relatives and children because of the lack of services. So that all hands on deck is our way of finding out what the services are. Communication and partnerships. We partner with the schools. So we have these conversations with the schools. I am very hands-on as a judge. That may not be the right thing to do, but that's what I believe in. If I've got a kid who is acting up in school, I'm going to the school. Because I need for them to know I care. So we learned recently Mississippi Delta with sex trafficking lately. And it blew my mind. And just in Jackson, we found out about a service in Alabama. And we actually went to Alabama, my staff and I, about 2 or 3 weeks ago. So having conversations like this allows us to find out about services, because we don't know what's out there. And so just having the conversations, having the communication, having these people coming together to find out what services there are. In the Mississippi Delta, we only have Life Help. We don't have a lot of psychologists in the area. We have at least 2 in Greenville. My Belzona, Humphreys County struggles because Life Help is that's the only place for them. And it's very short staffed. In Indianola, we only have Life Help Region 6, but specific services that they could go to. And most of the clients don't even like to go to Life Help. Our children don't like to go to Life Help because in their mind, all you're doing is giving me meds. You're not addressing the root of the problem. And that's where the court comes in. But the only time we can really address the root of the problem if that child has committed a delinquent act. So with the grants that we have, we can reach out to the schools now and touch every child as opposed to just touching the children who come to the court on a delinquent act. So finding those resources for us is extremely important. So I guess to answer Attorney Gates' question, it's difficult. We're very limited. We have Brentwood, Parkwood, Alliance, Youth Villages, Diamond Grove. Y'all, that's a revolving door for our babies. And I can be honest, I'm sick of it. They go there for 3 days, 5 days, they're coming back out. That's not addressing the problem. We put youth villages in the home. Some parents are not receptive of youth villages. We put canopy in the home. Some parents are not receptive of that. But again, it's not always addressing the root of their problem. So we definitely need to either create or find something that's going to work specifically to address the mental health. And I'm not only talking about the children, I'm talking about adults, because I don't like commitments. I don't. And I'm seeing more and more young people who family members are trying to commit. And what has happened is they just really got some bad drugs. And then they want to commit them. That shouldn't be the route that they should take, because what people don't realize, that commitment follows you. So if you're looking for a job with the feds, they're going to look at that. If you're sitting for the bar, they're going to look at that. So that has a profound effect on our society. So we have got to be, again, I use my word, intentional in finding some resources that's not going to affect our young people or our young adults in the future.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the answer, Judge.
Well, Judge Giles pretty much said everything I was thinking. one of the things that I often think about is providing something long term. You know, like you said, it's 3 or 4 days, maybe 30, maybe 45, you know, but no long term solution, no long term plan. One of the things that I often see and want to see change is like you, it's not just the children, it's the children, the parents, the siblings. Oftentimes, these families that I speak with and interview, that blended families. So you have all these different layers and elements going on in a home. What I see as well, and it's troubling, but we've got to figure this out. In our community, oftentimes we just don't understand anything about mental health. We don't understand it, so we're embarrassed or we get defensive. We get frustrated. We don't want to deal with it because we don't know anything about it. Or they're just scared. You know, they're just in poverty. They got to work 2 or 3 jobs or a shift. They don't have time to deal with this. I just need to send him to school. Just give him his meds and let's move on. That's obviously not working. So it has to be just a more concrete, a more definitive, a more realistic solution. And it has to involve the entire family. We got to go sit down and talk to grandma. What does, you know, Johnny do when he comes to your house? What do y'all talk about? What are they being exposed to when they go hang out with the cousins on the weekend or the uncle, you know, because a lot of times you don't know, it's years later. Oh my God, I didn't know that this happened. I didn't know that that happened. I didn't know that these were the things that were going on, and it just trickles down. So that's in a nutshell, that's what I see most of the time in most of my cases. There are always things that don't come out until I talk to people, you know, and I'm like, when did this happen? Oh, 12 years ago. Mama didn't know, dad didn't know, aunt didn't know. So we gotta change that. We gotta normalize. Mental health is not a taboo. It's not something that, you know, we have to be ashamed of. I've had to have conversations with members of my own family. You know, they get frustrated, they get irritated. And I'm like, don't do that. Let's talk about it. You don't have to get upset. You don't have to get angry, but you need to understand it. You got to understand it first. Then you can be open and be receptive and understand that there can be solutions to the problems. It can be fixed, it can be managed, but it's going to take an effort of the collective.
Ultimately, people need funding. The programs, they're going to need the money to do that. The parents who are working these extra jobs, they need sufficient money where they don't have to spend all of their time at work working 2 or 3 jobs, and they can actually tend to their children who need the help. It's going to be funding, and it's going to be education. I hate to break things, make it sound so simple, but it is true. So it's just, they're going to need funding, they're going to need education. With the people that I represent, so it's my job to have you spend as less time in jail as possible. The people who are getting detained while they're fighting their cases, so they're in jail while we're trying to fight these charges, or maybe not, it depends, but they're in jail in the meantime. I want to say instead of saying 100%, I will say this. I have not seen someone with a higher education level be detained while they're facing charges. It's always, I dropped out. 8th grade, 10th grade, 11th grade, 5th grade. The people who have a higher education level, who I represent or who I see in federal courts, that tends to be white collar crimes, and they get to go home. So it's going to take education, and it's going to take the funding in order to have the time to work on these problems.
To kind of piggyback off that, I hate to be like a pessimist. I mean, I kind of am, but I mean, the ideas in the justice system world are not standalone. I mean, it's no. For instance, if I were to come up with a systematic way to get a mental health evaluation paid for all of the individuals that came out courtroom, I mean, that still wouldn't address what led them to having those issues and to doing whatever it is they might have done. So, I mean, I think that while the ideas are needed, I think ultimately before funding, there comes a level of care by our society. And that means, and I don't like that. I'm not a person that's like, oh, we need white people to save us, et cetera, et cetera. But I do think that the state, the city we have to have a level of care about mental health generally to avoid that on the back end. And that means politicians, the system, et cetera, actually caring, because we see with the water system, it's an example. When it's at its worst, there's money. When it's about to break, there's money. There's people that can fix it. All these things are there in place, but they don't care. Maybe I'll say we don't care until it's at the forefront, it's at our front door, or it's about to break. So I think even with the ideas, et cetera, we have to elect people or put people in office that care to put the funding where it's needed. And there has to be funding on the front end and to allow people to help their children. I had to work 3 jobs and et cetera, et cetera. So it's just how it is.
Thank you all so much for that. Obviously, we are dealing with a huge beast in talking about the criminal justice system and the impact that it has on Black folk particularly, and the problems that need to be addressed. And so it's my hope that the conversation that's taking place right now is not a one-time conversation, but one that we can continue in a dynamic way to continue to think about proactive ways in which to address the issues. Unfortunately, we are running out of time to continue our conversation today, but I'm really appreciative for what all of you have had to offer today, and for you taking the time to sit down with us and represent the Magnolia Bar Association in the ways that you all are doing. Genuinely appreciative of what y'all are doing as judges, as mitigators, as public defenders, and continue doing the work that's necessary to liberate our people wholeheartedly and to transform the system that exists, or reimagine a new system altogether. With that being said, I think it's at this time, because we don't have time to take questions. I want to pass the panel back over to Laura Kay, so that she has the opportunity. But again, thank you all for taking the time to answer these questions today.
Thanks, CJ. And thank you all for participating. We needed your perspective. And I think that you all shed light from your perspective and your everyday roles about what can we do moving forward. A lot of times we focus on the issue, but not spend enough time talking about solutions. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
All right, and as I introduce our next panel, I'm going to ask Mr. Jamichael to bring up our surveys. Speaking about solutions and collaborations, we are seeking mentors for the pre-law society, those students that you see out there in their button-down shirts with the emblem on them. They are in search of mentors who are attorneys in different fields of practice. If you would go use your phone, your camera, and go to the bottom QR code, you will find a sign-up sheet where you could put in your information and sign up to be a mentor. And the Pre-Law Society advisor, Julian Miller, will pair you all with a student. Now, at this time, I will exit our panelists for our funding and finding resources. And so luckily we thought about those same questions when we were coming up with our panel discussion. I also want to highlight our Tougaloo Summit Planning Committee. It's not just me. Those people who are directing questions on the virtual platform. We have Ashley Quinn at the back. She is an attorney, and she works for the Mississippi Department of Health. She is in the room. Monica McNeely has been an integral part of our Tougaloo Summit Planning Committee. She is our MAGBAR president. And we also have Felicia Shepard. Some of you may have met her this morning, but she did have to step away, but she has also been involved in the planning and implementation of the Tougaloo Summit. Now I will introduce to you Mr. Keyad Burt from Hope Policy Institute. He is a senior policy analyst. Keyad is a senior policy analyst at Hope Policy Institute, Hope. In this position, he uses quantitative and qualitative methods to understand and demonstrate the impact of social and economic policy across the Deep South. He is responsible for producing blog posts and policy briefs, providing credible analysis on Hope's pragmatic issues and raising awareness of the challenges and successes in the Deep South. His primary areas of research include community and economic development, consumer protection, small business relief, and financial inclusion. During his time at Hope, Keyad has met with numerous community stakeholders and national organizations to amplify the solutions needed in the Deep South. Notably, he has discussed pathways to increase Black home ownership in Mississippi to the Mississippi Black Legislative Caucus, the importance of CDFIs in rural communities for NeighborWorks America, how CDFIs are vital to increasing financial inclusion and small business relief to underserved markets with the Department of Treasury. His work serves to further Hope's goal of fostering opportunities that enhance the ability of vulnerable people and places to fully participate in the American economy. Keyad is a 2015 graduate of Jackson State University, where he received his bachelor's degree in political science and government. He has also served as a research assistant at Texas A&M University for the past 7 years. And just a word, this panel will take us into our lunch hour. We're going to end at about 12:15 because we did have that technical logical break. And so we're going to afford our panels additional time to make up for that.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Don't worry, I will not keep y'all into lunch. Don't worry about that. So a quick correction. They have an older bio. I'm the Vice President of Policy and Advocacy and Interim Director of Hope Policy Institute, Hope Enterprise Corporation, Hope Credit Union. So just a bit more about Hope. We are a family of institutions that seek to increase financial inclusion. Have been doing so for 30 years across the Deep South, Alabama, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, and Tennessee. And as she stated today, the purpose of this panel is to talk about assessing assets, finding funding for our future. And what we really want to talk about are some of the challenges, solutions, and opportunities to collaborate in figuring out how best to move Black Mississippi forward. And with that, I'm going to introduce our panels, or rather have our panelists introduce themselves, starting with you first, Latrice.
I'm Latrice Guy. I am a financial and well-being coach for Operation Hope. Operation Hope is essentially, our mission is we're a nonprofit and we're national, and our mission is essentially to provide financial literacy education, but also to continue the work that Dr. Martin Luther King himself was working on as his mission when he actually passed away, which is what we call civil rights, which are literally advancing those in poverty forward with the injustices that are in the financial and economic area, right? Just a little bit about me. Before I actually got into this position, I actually was the financial officer for Mississippi United to End Homelessness, which is a nonprofit here in the state of Mississippi that assists with actually housing homeless individuals and preventing homelessness. There, I manage the financial management for the grants that that organization received, including a host of grants for the city of Jackson. So I was there for about 4 years, and that's kind of where I got my start with nonprofits and my drive towards actually assisting minorities in the effort to move forward economically.
Thanks, Tuesday.
Thanks. And I'm Alex Lawson. Before I start, I'm glad you updated your position. Not only is Kia the vice president at Hope, he's the youngest vice president in the company and probably one of the youngest in the country doing that type of work, doing amazing things. I'm Alex Lawson. I'm a senior VP at Hope Credit Union, which is different from Operation Hope, but aligned in the work that we do. I started off, got an MBA right here in Jackson at Millsaps College. Thought I would go get a fancy business job, make some money, and then give back to community. I realized quickly that that was not enough. I needed to be in the work. So work to help start some schools, and then quickly learned that while educating folks is really important, helping the entire family was more important to me, and giving them access to those financial tools and services and just bringing them into the economic mainstream. So that's what we do at Hope. My role there is Senior VP of Strategic Initiatives. So I help drive our entire corporate strategy. I also lead special projects that sit at the intersection of all of our different lines of businesses. So we have a credit union that has about 40,000 or so members across 5 states in the Deep South. We particularly work in communities that don't have the wealth to build the deposits to drive the level of investments that they need for things like grocery stores and affordable housing and hospitals. So that's where Hope steps in. We also have a nonprofit loan fund that does similar community and economic development work, and then a policy institute. Yeah.
Thanks so much, Alex. And so with that, those nice, very brief introductions, knowing that we are pressed up against the people's lunchtime, I want to get right into a question about challenges. And the way this is going to work, we're going to talk challenges, solutions, and opportunities to collaborate. In your field, or rather lines of work, what's the biggest challenge to progress? And thinking about what or how could we move Black communities forward? What's the biggest challenge in doing so?
Okay. I think the biggest challenge that I face, because literally as a financial coach in my position, what I do is I provide education through workshops, and then I do technical assistance, which is more one-on-one with actual clients so they can apply that information that I educate them with. The biggest challenge is education and shame from the lack of education. Oftentimes I deal with clients and the first thing they do is they have the shield up, right? So I have to surpass that shield that is not their fault because they have literally been in banks and not given the best treatment, or they feel ashamed because their parents weren't capable just because of a minority's history with finance. They weren't capable of teaching them of certain things. So getting past that shame because of the lack of education is the biggest challenge I face, because once they open up and you teach them, Black people, we are always underestimated as far as how quickly we pick up on things and how easy we are to educate. But once we get past that point, it's like I'm explaining and they instantly get it, and it opens up their minds to new theories and concepts on how to advance financially. So that's the biggest challenge I see.
I'll echo that to some extent. I think a lack of understanding across how a lot of financial systems work and how they impact you. I was speaking to a white lawyer just last year, and I've been in this world for quite some time now. And he blew my mind with a conversation. He was wanting to start a business, looking for investors. He was telling me he looks for folks in a certain age range because they have aging parents who won't be here forever, which means that those folks are going to get some good payout soon. I was like, what? And he was talking about life insurance policies. They're inheriting the family house. They're coming into wealth. And I'm sitting there thinking our communities are doing GoFundMes to help bury folks. And they're just thinking about it in a completely different way. And of course, you don't want to think about your family dying that way and getting a payout based on it, but not understanding how insurance works and how you can use it to your advantage, not understanding how credit scores are calculated, how debt can be used to harm you, but also can be used in your favor if you understand the system and how that works. A lack of understanding around all those things really harm us.
Thanks. Those are really great responses. And I want to add to that, as she read in my bio, I'm effectively the data guy. So here's a sticky stat for you. In Mississippi, 75% of Black households are what we call liquid asset poor. That means they do not have enough capital, liquid capital, either cash or checking accounts or savings account, to pay their bills for 3 months if they don't have a job. So 76% of Black households. So not only do they not have the education of the financial service systems, whether it be personal finance or institutional finance, they also don't have a capital to actually engage in the products to get them there. So in addition to some of those challenges, what do you think are some solutions to bridge that gap between where we are now and where we need to be in the future?
I think the biggest solution is what one of the things we try to overcome at Operation Hope, and that is focusing on the financial management. Earlier, we were talking, the panel before us, that were talking about poverty and us not being underfunded, not getting the money that we deserve, and paying less as opposed to our counterparts. But that's a challenge, and it's always going to be a challenge for a while before we get there. But where we are now, we have to realize that we have to manage the funds we do have so we can move forward, right? So we can, because there is essentially 3 key things to accumulating wealth, and that's making money, saving money, and investing money. So we have to figure out how to make what we get work, even though it's not equal on many levels to our counterparts. So that's what we focus on at Operation Hope is, hey, this is what we have. We know it's not enough, but how do we make it work within our circumstances? And unfortunately, that means that we have to cut back on certain things, or we may have to work 2 or 3 jobs. But we have to realize that we're strong in being Black people, because we have overcome so many things that we always make do with what we have. Our ancestors have done it for many years, even during slavery. So getting into that mind frame when it comes to finances, so we can optimize, is critical.
Yeah, and I don't think you can talk about building wealth without talking about home ownership. That is perhaps one of the number one ways of building wealth, particularly in America. And we have a federal government that knows that because they subsidized it before. Unfortunately, they excluded Black communities and some brown communities as well. But when we look at what's needed to get more people into a home, for a fact, in the South, I think it's something around 70+% white families own their own home, less than 40% of Black families do. So how do we close that gap? Make the products that help people get into homes more affordable, more accessible, do down payment assistance programs. And that's something that you and I can't just go out and do, right? We have to encourage the banks and other financial institutions, the governments to do it. But we can also educate people on the importance of doing that, saving towards doing it, letting them know about the products and services and the programs that are out there that can help them right now. The second is increasing the supply of affordable housing. We need more Black folks in the appraisal business, helping people understand how the increase the value of your home, giving an actual correct value of homes so that they're out there, but also building more homes. We need more home builders, more people investing in those areas. We also need some major policy pushes. There was a GI Bill for white families. There needs to be one for Black families in this country. But even beyond that, looking at things like manufactured housing, which has come a long way from what it used to be in the 70s and before that. But is there a way that we can take high quality modular homes and other things like that, that sometimes now are financed in the same way you would finance a car, and encourage the government and other institutions to take a more traditional look at doing that? And then finally, you have to increase the capacity of Black banks and credit unions and other institutions like that that are working in our communities. A lot of the big ones simply just are not. And you see programs that are coming out trying to correct that, but it's because of decades of disinvestment. So instead of pumping money into those places, why don't we work with the institutions that are working with us? So that's what I would say to increasing wealth.
Man, I'm a little jealous of the moderator. I kind of want to hop in on this panel too. No, I'm not. No, I mean, Alex and I work together, so a lot of what he said I would echo, but I also wanted to take the time to pivot and think about and ask you all a question. It's a rhetorical question, don't worry. How do you think about money? Like, what is money to you? Like, What's your relationship with a financial institution? Most of our community treat a bank like, this is where I go deposit money. It's not what they do. Like, they go into the bank and they asking for loans. They're asking for wealth building strategy. They're talking about ways to amplify or leverage their own money. And so one of the things I want us to think about is exactly what Alex left off. How do we better support the institutions that serve us? Like, what institution is going the extra mile to make you understand how they're using your money and how you can best use it for yourself? So in our line of work, that's going to be CDFI credit unions. And the CDFI is a community development financial institution. It's a federal designation by the CDFI fund that says these institutions have a mission to serve historically underserved populations. Now, Mississippi has the most in the country, and all CDFIs are not created equal, but it's in your best interest to find those that work for you. So there's a list online. You can Google it, certified CDFIs, find the ones that are in your state or in your hometown, and go ask them, what products do you have available for me? And if you don't want to do a CDFI, ask your bank. You know, be careful with the answer you might give. Ask Regions what they're going to do, even though it just got sued, by the way, for illegal overdrafts. Y'all can Google that too. But ask these financial institutions, what are you doing?
Specifically for these communities or for the Black communities, ask yourself why. They were sued for modern day redlining, and they have to do it. And like, we're thankful that you're doing it now, but are those the places where we want to put our money in, and where we want to trust them to do that work? Or do we want to work with folks who are doing it day in and day out without being forced to do so by the federal government?
Yeah, and if you want resources on how best to research like the effectiveness of an institution in lending to Black people or offering consumer products, I'm gonna be floating around here around lunchtime. I can kind of point you in the direction of that. Yeah, super helpful point. Do you have anything else to add on that?
No, you guys hit it on the mark. Really, I do want to stress that Mississippi, when we're talking about Experian does, they do data and they do an average credit score based on areas and state. And I do want to stress that Mississippi has the lowest in the nation, the lowest average credit score. And that is one of the things that we can literally change through education and working on those financial needs and credit scores. Those are one of the things we can flip around just by educating people and them actually paying attention to their personal finances, because credit is one of those things where you essentially, you need it when you're doing any major purchases, especially like he said, we want to close that gap as far as home ownership. And that's one of the steps, the major steps you have to go through to meet those requirements. So
yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna add one more thing to that before we move on to the next question about collaborations. In thinking about the institutions that serve you or best serve you, realize that every institution doesn't calculate a credit score the same way. As a matter of fact, there are some institutions that don't even use a credit score to help you what we call underwrite a loan. Right? Hope is one of them, but there are many other CDFI credit unions, particularly credit unions, that do the same thing. So again, I'm not, I'm not promoting Hope, but I am saying think about where you should go park your money. Are you going to park your money while they deploy it in the secondary market when they won't even return the funds back to you via a loan product or a mortgage or auto loan? These are things we need to think about as we become politically engaged consumers in the financial service market.
Just to that point too, ask them what criteria goes into their underwriting decisions. There are some things where you have a little bit of flexibility, some things you don't with, but banks can exclude medical debt from your credit when they're calculating your score. We do. So ask them those questions. And if they're not doing that, you can go to a place that does, that works in your favor.
And on that note, I know I keep talking. The student loan debt, I know a lot of y'all, particularly those with higher education, those degrees, beyond post-secondary degrees, got some student loan debt, particularly the lawyers in the room. I know y'all 100K. I know, shout out to Joe Biden, right? But listen, ask them for those who are seeking to buy a home, about how they're going to calculate student loan debt to your DTI, because some are going to exclude you if it's too high, but there are ways to get around that. So just know you have options and understand what we're doing. This is political education, right? This is a part of what Latrice is talking about. The more you know, the better off you should be, but it's not good until you make it actionable. So what we're trying to do is make this information actionable before you go run out here for lunchtime. Last question before they, excuse me?
DTI.
DTI.
Debt to income ratio.
This baby said UTI. Girl, if you, okay.
But, I mean,
Oh,
that-
you right.
that's a-
You right. I'm sorry. Debt to income ratio. I thought these was like potential homeowners. You want to explain DTI?
Yeah, sure. So DTI is literally what he said, debt to income ratio is just a calculation where they take your income and they determine what percentage of that you use on your current expenses. And the major things that usually fall in line are like your personal loans, your credit cards, if you have a mortgage or mortgage, auto loans, any other type of installment loans. And typically most banks don't want to go over, if they're lenient, they don't want to go over 50%, but you have some more conservative banks, they don't want to go over like 41, 42. So it's important to know that because just knowing that can help you get your finances in line. And like they stress a lot, credit unions, particularly the one they work for, they sometimes may actually look past some of those things. So it's important to know what are the requirements for your bank or your credit union and what other options are, because you may want to move your money or you may want to go to another institution for a loan based on what their requirements are and even what particular models they use to actually pull your credit scores, because that is a huge determining factor. You have older models which are very conservative, pulling your credit score, and then you have newer models which are more lenient, but you have a lot of these traditional southern region banks that are using older models.
I'm just a moderator now.
A credit union is a cooperative, so it's owned by its members, whereas a bank is owned by its shareholders. So when we do have profits, it's either returned to the community through the projects we do or in the form of a dividend. If you have an account with the Hope Credit Union, you get paid money on the deposits that you put into the credit union, into your bank account. Also, with credit unions, you're often able to get higher interest rates on things. There are sometimes they are specific. There'll be a credit union just for teachers or a credit union just for steel workers, et cetera. There are some others where they say it's a credit union for everyone who lives in this state. So you would have to research to make sure that it works for you. A lot of them are becoming a lot more open. For example, if you live in Alabama, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, or Tennessee, you can become a member. But yeah.
I take it. I take it. You got. I take it. I take it.
Okay. That's a great question. The great thing about that is technology has advanced. You are allowed to so many resources that are outside your city. Online banking is a big thing now. So just being knowledgeable about not just locations in your city and not being scared of technology, because I know a lot of older people that get scared of technology. But just trying to learn and taking advantage of things such as online banking, because you don't want to be limited to just because this is the only game in town, because they're definitely more likely to take advantage of you because they're the only game in town.
Yeah.
So.
Absolutely. So look, she's coming down till it's lunchtime. Let me make this quick. I'm kidding. So there are a couple things here. So much data flowing through my mind. The first is there are many communities in Mississippi that are what we call unbanked or underbanked. Where unbanked means that a household doesn't have any account or relationship with the financial institution. No checking, no savings, no loan. They don't even know the bank teller name. Whereas underbanked means they may have a checking or savings account, but they still use what we call alternative financial institutions services to get their banking needs met. So this is like going to Walmart to cash a check or get a money order, or going to a payday lender to kind of get a small dollar loan. The reality is that there are many communities that just don't have enough financial options, right? And so what do we say? What do we advocate for communities that live in those situations? Well, we're going to talk about shared branching, where even if you don't have a physical Hope location in your community, you may be able to use a shared branch institution that is part of our credit union network to get your financial services needs met. The second point is understand the reality that it costs money to put a branch in a location. So what do we have to do to bridge the gap? We're going to go to Congress and state legislators say all of the financial institutions need to be doing what they need to do for the communities that they supposedly serve. So there's a nice piece of legislation called the Community Reinvestment Act. It was drafted in 1977. That's the federal effort to end redlining. What we do is we advocate for stronger CRA, right? CRA is Community Reinvestment Act. Because the reality is we can't be everywhere at all times, right? We're not as big as Regions. We're not as big as Chase or Bank of America. But what we can do is tell you, let's start organizing to hold these institutions accountable to serve you better. Because the reality is they're taking your money and they're not giving it back. If you don't believe that, I can talk your head off all about Paycheck Protection Program. Now these banks got all this money and they didn't support Black-owned businesses, which in turn means they didn't support the Black community, right? So in a nutshell, weigh your options, see what the shared branch locations are. And if you don't find any shared branch locations, see what's available as far as like technology. I'll even be careful with that too, particularly with Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. They do have banking options. Just realize they're not regulated. Like if you lose your money, if your Cash App, it's gone, baby. Ain't coming back. So just be very careful with those digital options. And then lastly, go to your bank and say, listen, I need you to serve me. And if I got to get some regulatory agencies involved, I'll do that. If you need help with that, call me. Because this is what we're already doing.
And don't be afraid to spread your capital around. You don't have to have one banking institution.
Yeah.
Use the ones that work best for you. And if you need some in a certain, you need to have a physical branch and this is the only place that has that option, use it for that. But for other things, have it somewhere else. But yeah, so just explore all the options that are out there.
Any other questions before I go to the last round? I can smell the food coming through. Smell food. So the last question is, what are some opportunities in your lines of work for collaboration across the industry? Like who do you work with? What are some current projects? And how can those in the audience and online kind of support that work?
Okay, at Operation Hope, we work with a host of banks and credit unions, so there's always opportunity there. But we all, just as you were referencing, Kia, we all can work together on the policy piece because we all know where the holes are. As far as building small businesses and helping Black communities with entrepreneurship, you have organizations like Operation Hope, where I work. You have the Mississippi Small Business Development branches. You have SBA, who's also currently working on a host of projects with Operation Hope. Small Business Association, who's currently working on a host of projects with Operation Hope as far as potentially not only providing a direct pipeline for the entrepreneurs who we work with our programs, but also maybe developing some more lenient requirements there. So there's a lot of interchanging that can happen there, but we definitely need to work more so on that those policy things, because getting that piece right will help everything else that's aligned.
Yeah, and there are a whole host of ways. Hope is involved in a lot. So if you are or have a connection to a major international or national corporation and just have billions of dollars at your disposal, consider putting a couple of million into a Hope transformational deposit. And that is where we do take funds from folks like Netflix and Nike, and we ask them just put deposits in, and that helps supplement those communities that don't have the wealth. If you don't have those deep pockets, you can still open up an account with us at any dollar amount. You can also get involved in some of the different initiatives. So we have Hope Municipal Opportunity Partnership, for example, where we're partnering with towns and cities and counties across the South, getting them to leverage the funding that they have in the federal government to do things like down payment assistance in communities and what's called business credit enhancement. So more businesses will have access to funding. You can also just come learn about all of the different policy initiatives and things that we have. We're exploring opportunities to do more what we call green lending, which is putting more solar panels on people's houses and things like that. So just go to our website, hopecu.org, and learn about all of the different initiatives and find a way to plug in.
And on that note, if I take this question, we just opened the opportunity with Hinds County for $3 million to offer small business grants for businesses that need assistance coming into a post-COVID reality.
Up to $50,000 starts today. hopecu.org.
Yes, yes. All right, we have a question here. Oh, nice.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes, and anything you need, so you can see me afterwards. Okay.
Any other questions? It's okay if you hold us over for lunch. I'm gonna take the heat. For that. Any other questions? If there are none, I will turn it back over to you, Miss Laura. Thank y'all so. Laura K. I'm sorry.
Thank you. If y'all will stay here, I have some certificates for y'all. And I have certificates for my last panel. Mr. Keyabert, I'm going to read this aloud, and this applies to all of our certificates I'm going to give out. Certificate of Appreciation, proudly presented to a dynamic panelists on this first day of October 2022 for spending your time pouring into the minds and hearts of the attendants at the annual Tougaloo Summit hosted by the Magnolia Bar Association. This award is a small token of appreciation to you for being a social engineer, collaboratively working with others to change the world. Thank you for your leadership. Here you go. Latrice, Mr. Lawson. Also, Jamichael, can you help me out by putting up those surveys? On the survey, the one with the showing choose your battle, pick your battle. That top survey, it's not really a survey, it's a form. You could pick your battle. By pick your battle, meaning choose your fight. How do you want to get involved after the summit today? Also, again, I do a plug for mentoring a pre-law student. Okay, panelists, y'all could go ahead and take your seat. We're getting ready for lunch. Sorry. You're welcome. Where are my? Huh. Yeah. Also, before we break for lunch, I'm going to give out another raffle ticket. And only people in the room can participate. Well, if you came in later, I'll do it during the lunch period because we did have some people come in later, and I want to make sure that their tickets are in this bag. My criminal law panels, did y'all receive your certificate? You have? Okay, great. All right, so at this moment, we're going to break for lunch. And I'll meet y'all in the hallway. During lunch, please stick around because we have our candidate spotlight. We have a group of people who are change agents. Good. Okay. Welcome back to our annual Tougaloo Summit. We are here for our final panel discussion. And this last discussion is about connecting pipelines. Last panel, we talked about funding for our future. And right now is the last part of our strive to be social engineers. We're talking about connecting pipelines, and one of the pipelines that everybody is familiar with is water. Water moves through pipelines, and so the clean water crisis is a timely issue that we did want to address before we left today. And our moderator for this panel would be Dr. Natasha McGee Woods, who is also an attorney. Dr. Natasha McGee Woods received her bachelor's and master's degree in biology from Jackson State University, as well as her doctorate of philosophy in environmental science from Jackson State University. In August of 2019, she was awarded the doctorate of philosophy in environmental science from Jackson State University, where she completed scholarly dissertation research on the patterns of abundance and distribution of groundfish in their relations to environmental factors in the northern Gulf of Mexico. This project was completed in conjunction with the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration Southwest Fisheries Science Center located in Pascagoula, Mississippi. She has served as a course developer, college and adjunct professor at several colleges and universities. She is licensed by the Mississippi Department of Education as a Class AAAA K-12 educator in the areas of elementary education, science and biology, and social studies, and has served as an educational consultant. Dr. McGee Woods is also a 2013 graduate of the University of Mississippi School of Law. After becoming licensed as an attorney, she has worked as the Chief Executive Officer for the Woods Group, LLC, judicial staff attorney in Hinds County, state prosecutor within the 21st Judicial District of Mississippi, and she now serves as a Special Assistant Attorney General within the Office of the Attorney General for the state of Mississippi. She is an active member of the Mississippi Bar, the Magnolia Bar Association, the Mississippi Prosecutors Association, City Heart Church, and Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, Beta Delta Omega Chapter. Natasha has been married to Dr. Darrell Woods for 16 years, and they have two sons, Daniel, who is age 15, and Darren, who is age 11. Let's welcome Dr. Woods.
Hello, everybody. So, let's see if we can put this here. I think that we saved the best for last. Environmental justice is something that is close and dear to my heart. So I was glad to see this particular panel put on the agenda today. We have three esteemed speakers today, panelists on this particular panel. And as she mentioned, we're going to be discussing access to clear water, which is an environmental and human rights issue. It goes from Flint, Michigan to the Mississippi Delta, and right now it's hitting Jackson, Mississippi. In fact, it's an issue that is echoed around the world. Now that Jackson has taken the center stage of this particular crisis, this panel seizes the opportunity to address the water crisis from a national, statewide, and local perspective. So now I will introduce our panelists. I believe online we have Dr. Bernice Herbert. She is an associate professor and chair of the Department of Urban and Regional Planning at the Jackson State University. Yes. Glad to have you. She earned her bachelor's degree in biology from the University of the Virgin Islands, a master's degree in urban and regional planning, and a PhD in plant and soil science from Alabama A&M University. She is an experienced educator and planner with over 20 years of academic research and community engagement experience. As an urban planner, she focuses on socioeconomic development, strategic planning and management, and public sector investment planning and policy formulation. Her research areas include urban health indicators, sustainable economic development, and social equity, focusing on food security, climate change, and community engagement. Dr. Herbert is an avid grant writer with over $61.5 million in grants and contracts between 2012 and 2020, focusing on issues such as food security, urbanization, greenhouse gas emissions, and solar energy. Since 2016, she has served as a reviewer for the USDA's Local Foods Promotion Program, and she is currently a working member on a number of initiatives in several organizations within the Jackson, Mississippi area. In addition to Dr. Herbert, we have Kathy Egland, National Board of Directors of the NAACP and Chair of the Environmental and Climate Justice Committee. She chairs that committee for the National Board of Directors of the NAACP. She provides leadership development of the organization's environmental and climate justice policies. The National Board NAACP ECJ committee is charged with the governance responsibility of raising awareness in environmental and climate issues from a civil rights, social justice, and equity perspective. Kathy also provides the NAACP board oversight for NAACP ECJ publications, toolkits, and training. Ms. Egland is also the co-founder of the Education, Economics, Environmental, Climate, and Health Organizations. She's a Mississippi Gulf Coast grassroots coalition that represents the interests of building better communities. She was born and raised in Hattiesburg, Mississippi, and she has a lifetime of advocacy involvement in civil and human rights since the turbulent 1960s. Motivated by the highly acclaimed NAACP research support, Cold-Blooded, Putting Profits Before People, that cited a failing coal plant located less than 5 miles from her home. She immediately went into action organizing training and town hall meetings through her local Gulfport NAACP branch, and the campaign efforts were successful and led to the cessation of the coal burning operations at Plant Watson in April of 2015. Additionally, she was instrumental in the Gulf restoration efforts after Hurricane Katrina and the BP Deepwater Horizon Gulf oil spill. She has represented the NAACP at global climate conferences in over 26 countries on 5 continents, advocating an end to the use of fossil fuel. Over the years, she has been appointed to serve on several other NAACP committees and is affiliated with other nonprofit and civic organizations. Also, we have Commissioner Erniko Brown of OURS, and OURS stands for Organized Uplifting Resources and Strategies. She is the Executive Director and Dogwood Alliance Director of Organizing and Partnership Engagement. Ms. Brown is the current Soil and Water Conservation Commissioner for McCormick County, South Carolina, where she grew up on land that's been in her family for over 8 generations. For more than 15 years, she has led political, community advocacy, and civic engagement efforts at local, state, and federal levels. She holds a master's degree in organizational leadership from Columbia College with countless certificates, including diversity, equity, and inclusion from the University of South Florida, faith-based nonprofit leadership from Wake Forest University, and a Master Gardener from Clemson University. Erniko is the founder and executive director of OURS, and that is a nonprofit that focuses on being culturally responsible and relatable with resources that create self-sustainability for communities of color in the rural South Carolina area, who have been historically underserved by oppressive systemic racism. Erniko is also serving as the director of organizing and partnership engagement at Dogwood Alliance, and that organization advances environmental justice and climate action by mobilizing diverse voices to protect southern forests and vulnerable communities. So, as you can see, we have a well-qualified panel to address the issues that we're going to be discussing on today. With that being said, I wanted to jump right into the questions and get your input on some of the questions that we have. Would anybody like to kind of go into discussion on what a clean water crisis is? For those who may not know. So, yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Is it on? Okay, so I think it's, and I want to say, I know what a contaminated water crisis looks like. Having clean water is a fundamental civil right. And in my position with the NAACP, I have had the opportunity to kind of have a front row seat in visiting Flint, Michigan, also in Newark, New Jersey, and just being very familiar with these water crises. I also chair the board of directors for the Chisholm Legacy Project. Executive Director Jackie Patterson was the former director of the NAACP Environmental and Climate Justice program, and Dr. Pamela Pugh is also with the Chisholm Legacy Project. And they came up with a 20-point plan in Flint that could actually be used as a model. Now, I will say that I do know that communities are experts. People in their own communities are experts at everything that they do. They just don't have the funding. When we look at and when we talk about the contaminated water crisis, you know, if you can think back and you look back and there are pictures and you will of the separate drinking water fountains and you will see them labeled colored and white. We don't have that anymore, but I can assure you that those same things could be labeled clean and contaminated to this day. And that's something that is very important for us to look at. Clean water is a fundamental civil right. And the NAACP just filed a complaint with the EPA under Title VI of the Civil Rights Act.
Now, would you all say that the lack of clean water and that water crisis that we're dealing with, is that a health crisis? Is it an education crisis? Is it the whole shebang? A little bit.
So it's all of what you spoke about. The water crisis is the lack of infrastructure. So what we saw in Jackson was a lack in the water getting to the pipeline, and that is specifically in Jackson, which is like, I believe the percentage was like 80% Black. And so these resources and these funds aren't getting to the place that needs them. So Jackson being predominantly Black, the governor that you have did not give funds or funding to that community specifically for that purpose. And so that is a crisis in that manner. The health crisis is with that water and with the contaminants in the water, you are subjected to bacteria infections, different types of health disparities. And you said educational, right? And so to wrap all of that up in an educational crisis, people lack the knowledge of what's going on in their communities. And so for me, it's important that we educate each other about the things that are going on. To what Ms. Kathy spoke about was a historical perspective. And the thing that I always say in this space is we talk about sustainability. Sustainability is this new $10 term that we speak of. However, we as Black people have been surviving for over 400 years. So it's survival for us. And what we lack are new survival tactics to support us and support the infrastructure that we need to live equitable lives as Black people in our communities.
Okay, can I pick up from there, or are you asking separate questions?
Yes, well, I have one that I think that you're going to be able to dig into very deep, Dr. Herbert.
Okay.
So what are the infrastructural challenges to providing fresh and clean water to the citizens?
Okay. Well, first of all, I just wanted to thank you guys very much for inviting me to participate in this panel. I feel very honored. And what I wanted to do was to just touch a little bit on the clean water crisis, because it's, to begin with, because it's a global epidemic actually, because fresh water supplies are limited. The sources are very, very vulnerable. So this is a issue of global epidemic. Every single day people die from lack of water, lack of access to sanitation, because of the limited resources and the vulnerability of the resources. It is a health crisis, an educational crisis. And in terms of the infrastructure issues, the reality is that cities are responsible for the infrastructure, for sewage, for water, for certain types of utilities and so forth. Some of the infrastructure are farmed out to different, for example, utility company. You may have a private company that takes over the utility company, or you may have some sort of semi-governmental, quasi-governmental private sector operation. But typically, things like your water and your sewer system, they're sometimes controlled by the city because it allows the city to be able to gain revenue from the same the proceeds from the infrastructure. But in places like Jackson, because over the long haul, there hadn't seemed to be any real planning for infrastructure in terms of how do we fund infrastructure long term. From an urban planning perspective, you've got to look and say, okay, let me look at a comprehensive plan and figure out what are my needs in 1 year, 5 year, 20 years from now, and make preparations to do something like that and create the plan to be able to fund infrastructure. And obviously, that was not the case in terms of our water infrastructure. And so because of that, we've got challenges of lead, we've got challenges of just getting the water to our citizens, to getting clean water. And it's a very complicated issue, a complicated challenge. It's difficult to point fingers, but everybody needs to come together to figure out how do we deal with these challenges in the long term. It's not a simple solution and not a simple fix.
I agree. It seems like it, and it's pretty evident, like you mentioned, with over 80% of the population of Jackson being people of color, it seems like that it's impacting predominantly Black populations facing this particular issue. Do you all believe this is a coincidence?
Absolutely not. I mentioned that water fountains are no longer segregated, but water quality is definitely still segregated. This all goes back to redlining as well. So all of this has been by design, and we a couple of things, because this crisis situation, and I'm glad we're talking about this in a global sense. I was out of the country when this happened. I was in Australia, and every time people asked where I was from, they knew about Jackson, Mississippi. So, you hear about this happening in developing countries, having contaminated water, but this was by design in our country. And another thing that I wanted to mention, it's not just the physical health, but emotional health that people, all of these water crises, something that I've known, that all of them are a little different. The Flint situation was a little different from the Newark situation. There's one common denominator to all of them, and that is all these cities are majority Black populated cities. That is not a coincidence.
So,
and what I was going to mention, the other part about the education is that when children are not allowed to go to school, they're impacted. This impacts not only the physical health of adults and children, but emotional health, the mental health, and then it impacts children when they're not able to attend school because there's no clean water.
Now, let's talk about, for our viewers who may not be aware of what truly environmental justice and environmental justice is. I think that we can all agree that the water crisis is definitely an environmental justice issue. But for those who may not be aware of what that means versus seeing examples of it, can somebody go into that a little bit in detail?
I'd like to try. I'd like to look at it. So, you have environmental justice and environmental injustice. If you look from the environmental justice lens, from the positive aspect, you're saying, okay, everybody deserves the equitable distribution of both environmental risk and benefit. No one community, no one type of people supposed to bear these risks and benefits inequitably. So that's the justice part of it. But and the justice part of it also means there should be fair and meaningful participation in decision making. It means that there should be recognition that there's oppression of different communities. There should be recognition that that different communities have different capacities to convert what you call social goods into to making a flourishing community. So that's the positive aspect. But when you talk about environmental injustice, it means that there are communities that don't have fair and meaningful participation. It means that there are communities that face in the inequity in terms of the distribution, especially of the environmental risk. So there's a say some sort of company that comes into town that pollutes the atmosphere. What you tend to find that they locate in areas where people are less vocal, people are not able to really bear the risk, these environmental risks. That certainly they don't gain from the benefits as much. So it's a complicated movement. It is really to address unfair exposure to poor and marginalized people because of harms from resource extraction, hazardous waste, different types of uses and so forth. But so the movement seeks to address the injustices that we find in a lot of spaces, and especially places like the city of Jackson.
And you mentioned, you gave some information about, the impacts of environmental injustice. Can you go into greater detail about specifically how environmental justice impacts the citizens of Jackson, Mississippi, and whether the water crisis that we're dealing with is the only environmental injustice issue we're dealing with, or are there other environmental injustice issues that you see that are happening in the Jackson metro area?
There are lots of issues when it comes to environmental justice. Environmental justice results in discrimination, in people losing even things like their property. I look at some of the news items, and my heart go out to the same people who, when it floods, they're the one who get flooded. When there's no water, they're the ones who are affected. When any negative impact of any environmental issue, people who are impoverished, people who are of color, people who don't have voice and representation, they get the worst of the worst, because first of all, it's really also about people not having the economic power. When you have a family who has to choose between going to the legislature and fighting, saying, "Oh, we need we have rights to such and such," or going to work to feed their family, there's no brainer about that. So it's the same people who always get oppressed. They face environmental racism. They face issues of air pollution, hazardous air pollution. Data would show that there's increase in cancer, there increase in pollutions, in unsanitary conditions in individuals who face these type of unfair exposure. And our communities face these all the time.
I want to mention about zoning because air quality is also a very, very an issue that when we talk about injustices, the right to breathe clean air is as fundamental as the right to vote or any other right. And so it also is right up there with the water quality issues. We have an issue that a lot of people don't know about, even people who live in this area. Onika has been doing a lot of work around wood pellets manufacturing. If you go back and we have a map of all of this and where these manufacturing facilities are located, where they are destroying forests and in a very toxic process that emits high levels of VOCs or volatile organic compounds, particulates, I'll stop with the acronyms, nitrogen oxide, carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, formaldehyde, methanol. Just recently, Gloucester, Mississippi, a small town of a little less than 1,000 people with a 60% poverty level, and 83% African American population. had been exposed to illegal levels of pollutions of these chemicals. Now, most people don't know about it. It hadn't been much reported. Even the people that it happened to did not know about it. We had to discover that they had been fined because we bought in Mississippi Department of Environmental Quality, we brought it to their attention that they were emitting illegal levels of chemicals because they'll come into these communities, they will say that they're a low source emitter, and then they immediately begin emitting over the legal limits. And they say that they're low source to skirt provisions of the Clean Air Act. So this is another area in Mississippi. We have the largest wood pellets manufacturing plant in Lucille, Mississippi. We also have in Gloucester, Mississippi, a plant that has been given the largest fine to date, which was $2.5 million. But I want to put that in perspective. That's the amount of subsidies that they're getting from the British government. So that's about 1 day's salary, 1 day's of their profit for 8 years of illegal pollution. Yeah.
Yeah, I like to say, when I used to teach courses on this type of information, I used to say the government allows people to be able to pay to pollute. So you get a permit, and that's your permission to pollute. So if you have enough money, you can release these types of contaminants into the environment.
And I do want to say, they always use that they're bringing jobs. You will never hear them say that we need to pollute your community to give you jobs. They will never say that in a white community.
So I can tell you, I learned of these companies because I used to be a career coach for South Carolina or SC Works. And so when they came to me, it was just what she said. We're bringing the promise of jobs to communities. And in these communities, the people who we were servicing were people every day, basically robbing Peter to pay Paul, right? And so people who are looking for not just jobs, a better job, to be able to take care of their families, to be able to have food, to be able to pay for things and not stress out about things. Like, let me pay my water bill and let me not have to worry about my light bill. Let me buy food and not have to worry about, if I got money for daycare. And and people profit off our pain. So these people come in, and these places are strategically placed in low income and impoverished neighborhoods. I live in one in South Carolina. You know what I mean? And I didn't know the things that were going on until this was brought to my attention. You know what I mean? So it's like that lack of education, and we talk about these $10 words, biomass, renewable energy. We talk about all of these things, and we listen to people who tell us, we're bringing in jobs. Biomass is this new thing, and it's renewable energy. What we don't listen to is what we don't see, or what we don't hear, or what's not talked about are the health disparities. She's talking about Gloucester, Mississippi. I went to Gloucester, Mississippi after they were fined. And once they were fined in that community, I went to the community. I'm like, hey, do y'all know that this place was just fined $2.5 million? Nobody knew. Not one person. And so we went on the ground organizing around it. And once we started organizing around that issue, people were able to make informed decisions. And so that's how I get in Mississippi from South Carolina, just to let you guys know. But we've created an entire coalition around these problems because people aren't educated about them. People only see the dollars, but they don't see the impact or the injustices that they're reaping from what's going on in their communities.
Just to let you know that they're doing all of this under the claim that it's clean, renewable energy, because you can replant trees and trees will grow back. They're not accounting for the fact that once you cut down a tree, you're releasing decades, if not centuries, of stored carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, and that it is worse than coal. To make this situation worse, this is a foreign-based company. They're getting subsidies from the UK, and they're shipping the products over to be burned for energy. Now, it would be illegal for them to do this, have these manufacturing and these emissions in their country, but we're allowing it in ours.
I want to jump in here and
Oh, no,
also
it's in the Southeast. If I had, I have a map of the former cotton trade states that was fueled by slavery, that fueled the Industrial Revolution in the UK, and a map of the wood pellet trade countries. They are almost virtually the same. So I have a lot of local to global as it relates to talking with people in Europe and Asia. We've met with people from Japan a couple of months ago. We've met with the counterparts to the EPA from Great Britain a couple of months ago as well, and trying to address this from both ends, from the demand to the supply.
You had a question?
I wanted to make a comment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just one moment, Dr. Herbert. We have one question. You probably will be able to help answer it.
Okay, okay.
The money goes to the state, the communities never see it, but they continue to reap the environmental injustices that are going on. Yeah, so it's a so it's not only the fact that they're going back to business, but they're going back to I guess what's the equivalent here? MDEQ, right?
Yes.
They're going back to ask for permits to expand. And here across the Southeast, they released in January that they're getting ready to ramp up by putting 2 plants in each state across the South over the next 5 years. Right. So Enviva, Drax, and then they're like smaller entities. I think it's called Pinnacle and German markets, but they're coming here, getting our trees, cutting down our forests, and shipping them overseas when it's outlawed in their countries. And we allow these things to happen because it's like a lot of people. I sat in a commissioner's meeting last month, and there was a guy there who stated that we have too many trees in South Carolina. You can never have too many trees because that's your oxygen supply.
And I do.
So
not only now, Enviva is I think Enviva is headquartered in Maryland.
Yeah.
But all of the wood pellets are shipped to be burned overseas, not only in Europe but in countries in Asia as well. But it's the manufacturing process that is so toxic, and there's only a chain link fence separating this community. Jackson, is it Jackson? In Jackson, what is it?
It's called the Blackman Hole.
Blackman Hole, yes.
There's only a chain link fence and a retainer pond that separates the two. That separates that plant that sits on a hill, where this sits like down in a valley. There's only a chain link fence that separates. You literally, we've been out there where you literally can take your hand and wipe it across a car, and there are nothing but wood particles that are on your hand.
Also, just so you know, that they are largely left to self-monitor and self-report. And so when our coalition group presented the proof, they lied and lied and lied until they couldn't lie anymore before they were fined. And so they were fined the $2.5 million and $80,000 a month until they install the proper safety technology that they should have done to begin.
And in the grand scheme of things, these fines to companies that are very,
So these are literally pennies on a dollar that they're giving out. They'll even come to your community. Say you got a Boys and Girls Club, they'll give you $10,000 while they take $20 million out of your community. And you'll think that they're good because it's woe me. We don't have resources in our communities. We're not able to feed ourselves. And they'll come, Thanksgiving, they'll come with turkeys and saying that they are doing a great thing for you in your community. They'll come with hams and saying that they're doing great things in your community. And your mayors, we've had mayors tell us that, these are great people. These aren't, these type people. We've had people to tell us these things. I've, basically faced down a mayor in Gloucester, Mississippi, and him telling us that this is a good company and they're not doing anything to harm people. While I literally have people coming to me doing interviews with me, talking about their nose bleeding, talking about utilizing nebulizers, talking about not being able to breathe, talking about not being able to sometimes get up out of the bed and their chests are filled with mucus and stuff in the morning time, breathing issues, real life people. When we talk about Gloucester, Mississippi, I went there, and while I was out there, the air was so thick, I couldn't stay out there for long. And when I went out there, there were 2 little kids out there playing. And these kids have lived their entire lives. I was there only 5 minutes. So these are children who have basically become septic to or immune to these things that are happening each and every day in their backyards.
Now, Dr. Herbert, would you say that environmental injustice is tied into social justice? Environmental injustice is tied to social?
Most definitely. And to put the conversation that we've been having into context, there's a stretch between Mississippi and Louisiana that's called Cancer Alley. It's given this nickname because I think there are over maybe about 150 or so petrochemical plants and refineries in this particular area, and I think it accounts for a good 25% of the production in the United States. So in fact, this Cancer Alley region has been called the sacrifice zone because it's the zone where they're willing to sacrifice people of color, people who don't have the voice, people who are not represented. So it is a social issue because individuals we talked about the fact that they have issues with, they're just not educated about these facts, and these things are closely guarded. So you've got to be in the midst of things to understand what's going on, or you'll just be going about your daily business and not understanding how much the fact that because you're a person of color, that your risk to cancer from air pollution, the social statistics indicate that the more minority a population is, the more concentration of a minority population, the cancer risk increases. People from low income tracts, they bear like a good 12 to 20% more of the risks than their typical white counterparts. So it's a major social issue. It's an environmental issue. It's a social issue. It's a health issue. It's a major issue.
So it's the same thing with clean air as it relates to redlining. You may as well, if you had the redlining, if you look at clean air issues and where industries are being located. And so these companies will come in and also, like they had this mayor convinced, and the mayor was telling the people, look, if they leave, your water bill is going to quadruple because they came in and they upgraded the water supply. Well, okay, listen, they needed that to operate there. They weren't doing the community a favor. They needed that in order for their business to operate. They didn't do it for the community. So it's very misleading. And Anika knows my mantra is a living wage should not have to kill or make people ill. And you shouldn't have to have a job to put food on the table and a roof on the head while digging your family's grave.
So we've talked, Dr. Herbert, you have anything else to add to that?
To be honest, I can't hear the audience when they ask the question, so I didn't hear the comment.
Yeah, so we had an audience member discuss the fact that some of these issues are also tied to workers' rights and human rights advocacy work, and the type of employment that we see people who are dealing with these environmental injustice issues it is directly related. So.
It is. In fact, I'm working with a group called Jobs to Move America, looking at manufacturing plants in Mississippi and Alabama to look at, workers' rights, to look at job quality, to see whether or not workers have access to proper health insurance, if they're being treated, if they have any safety issues, discrimination issues. And the preliminary results strongly show that job quality in the South is very, very poor. And so it's this whole entire issue that just everything is connected. The water is connected to the air pollution, is connected to the jobs, it's connected to the pay. So it's a complicated solution for minority and disadvantaged populations.
Now I kind of want to dive in a little bit to talk about, what resources are available to help the citizens of Jackson. We're giving out plenty of water, plenty of bottled water, and I could talk about how that is an environmental health issue in and of itself with the plastic bottles and the chemicals that are in the bottles and the manufacturing of that. But in addition to trying to aid the community by providing clean water, what are some of the other resources or things that can be done to aid homes in being more safe as it relates to dealing with these water issues? And also, what can the individual citizens do to help ensure that their health is not being adversely impacted by the water crisis?
I would say that don't wait on your government to hand you something. We have places like Amazon. Everybody goes on Amazon. Get you your own self water testing kit to test your water, to make sure that you're giving good quality water in your community. Not only that, but there are air monitors that you can buy online. All of these things we've been giving out to different people in different communities. Get you a air purifier with HEPA filters to make sure that you have clean air in your homes. These things can save your life when your government that is put in position to help you, when they don't do it. So a lot of times you have to take into consideration and really just being bold in this, like, they haven't done anything for you up until now. Why would you trust them to do something for you?
And wouldn't you advise the citizens to also stay up to date on seeing their primary care physicians, taking their kids to see the pediatricians, getting blood work done to see what chemicals and hard metals can often be traced with those kind of lab reports? Because I think that's important.
Absolutely. Your health, like these things, breathing air can put things into your blood system, and staying up to date with those things, making sure you are up to date with your health will benefit you. because you don't know what's in the air. You don't know what's in the water that you're drinking when they're talking about there is lead in this. You don't know the pollution that you incur each and every day. So make sure that you go to those doctor's appointments. Make sure she was talking about Cancer Alley. Make sure that you're getting your mammograms. Make sure that you're getting all the things that you need as an individual, because the government that is put in place is a part of a system that was never designed for Black people to succeed anyway.
And I'm so glad you mentioned the plastics, because there's going to be a plastics crisis. And only knowing this from Flint, you know, people are so generous, and every time I see these bottles of plastic water coming in, I know in Flint, they finally started doing the multi-gallons of water because, you know, to prevent this plastic crisis. So you have to look in. I know people have been appreciative to get all these plastic bottles, but I'm glad that somebody realizes that in itself, you know, can be an environmental hazard.
And then the other environmental health issues is the 18-wheelers and all of the trucks bringing in, and the fuel and the air pollution that comes from getting it shipped here. So yeah, it's just a monopoly of issues, and it kind of snowballs. So in addition to all of the things that the commissioner mentioned, I think it's also important to tell, you know, our people, minorities who are in the majority in these environmental injustice communities, that we have to take care of ourselves. So in addition to you know, checking on our health with our physicians, we have to eat right, we have to drink right, and we need to exercise, because those are some of the things that can aid in reducing the likelihood that you suffer greater from the contamination and other things that you're dealing with. So I think that's important to mention. Now, do you all believe that the citizens are totally relying upon the government for access to clean water?
I'm going to say this. I think that the residents have, like you say, a certain amount. Everybody has responsibilities in this. I think the residents have a certain amount of things that they can do, provided they can afford to do it. But I also think that the federal government, and we keep hearing about all of this focus on environmental justice. I think the federal government needs to stop subsidizing some of this. And I think there's a lot of people who are complicit in this, but when you have states that do not equitably and properly fund infrastructure, why would the federal government continue to give them money? So my thing is, I think that there needs to be some type of affirmative action when it comes to federal states receiving federal funds. And and maybe there needs to be part of the NAACP request was to Congress. And I think that we have to look at how states are funded, and the federal government can do a lot to help. So where there's a lot of finger pointing, you know, there's plenty of accountability and responsibility to go around.
Now, where can government agencies or cities like Jackson, Mississippi obtain the revenue that they need to combat the lack of infrastructure issues that they're dealing with? Because a lot of times, most of the infrastructure stuff comes from tax dollars and revenues. And if you have a community that is 80% minority, and many of those minorities are living below the federal poverty line, how do you get the tax revenue to fix the issues? Or where can we get some money from?
Again, your state's getting a lot of money from the federal government. You know, it's just not being appropriated equitably. And I think that there needs to be some guidelines that will protect communities, because I don't care how poor you are paying taxes in some form or fashion.
And would you say that political and civic engagement is another necessary component? Should we, after we elect individuals into positions, should we check and make sure that they're doing what we hope they would do for us?
Absolutely, because who's checking the checker? You know what I mean? Like, you have to hold people accountable. Like what we're doing now, we both have talked about Gloucester, Mississippi, but we've built out a regional coalition across the Southeast. And what we're doing, EPA, at the state level, there are things that the states can do. And to that point, the states haven't been doing. So what is it? MDEQ, right? MDEQ has been permitting these plants that we've been talking about. And so what we have done is create a coalition, and that coalition has been talking to the federal government and different parts of the federal government that we have been speaking to. You know, we've asked them to commit to a tour of the South, and they committed in June. Then they took it back because one of the partners didn't want to be a part of it. And so what we're doing, we're taking it to their front door. We're doing a regional rally at EPA October 21st to talk about cumulative impacts, environmental justice for all, to make sure that not just our voices are heard, but the voices of the communities across the South. And sometimes you have to check the checker, check that checker's checker, and you just have to hold people accountable for the things that they're saying and that they're doing, and the people who are in your communities.
And so let me mention that it's not just MDEQ. This is all of the regulatory agencies everywhere. There's been fines everywhere. To MDEQ's credit, they did issue the $2.5 million, as worthless as it is the largest to date, okay? Because all the other states have issued much lower fines, much lower. So, you know, not to, you know, I'm going to give MDEQ that much credit that they're the only ones. I think the $2.5 million was probably a lot more than if you added up some of the states. So they do this everywhere, not just Mississippi. It's just that Gloucester, Mississippi is the worst that I'm aware of. Anika has been around to a lot of them, but that's amongst the worst. When I went to Gloucester, I was being interviewed and I was wearing a mask for the COVID, and the videographer asked me to take my mask off. My eyes and my nose, my throat started burning. Anika pointed out that I was covered from head to toe with wood pellets debris because we were standing there as they were loading these trucks. And I was able to go home, and I disrobed in front of my washer and put my things in there. But my heart breaks every time I think of the fact that the people living in that trailer park weren't able, that they lived there. They didn't have the opportunity to do what I did.
Yeah, so I think that we've had a very great panel discussion, and I appreciate you all speaking and answering some of the questions that we had. I think that we all can agree that education is the key. We need to educate each other. I may know something that my neighbor doesn't know, and I may know something that I can share with individuals in my church community, with individuals on my job. And so I think that that's important. And also, I think that we're going to have to do a better job of taking accountability for our lives in that, you know, we do a little research on our own. We have access to the iPhones, and you got your kids have the iPads. Let's start Googling a little bit about things that we can do to kind of help protect ourselves and work towards bettering our communities. So with that being said, I'll pass it over.
Dr. McGee Wood. I'll read this aloud for you. Ooh, sorry. This is a certificate of appreciation for spending your time pouring into the minds and hearts of the attendants at the annual Tougaloo Summit hosted by the Magnolia Bar Association. This award is a small token of appreciation to you for being a social engineer, collaboratively working with others to change the world. Thank you for your leadership. And I also have one for you. It'll just be mailed to you, Doctor. And with that being said, At this time, I want to also present a certificate to Black with No Chaser and their representatives in the building. This is for supporting the efficacy of the Magnolia Bar Association Tougaloo Summit. Again, this award is a small token of our appreciation to you for helping us be and for being yourselves social engineers. And if y'all follow them they're on Facebook, they're on Twitter, they're on TikTok, they're on YouTube, and it is a place for Black joy, Black strife, Black information. And so I would encourage you all to stay tuned through Black with No Chasers. They always have good information to share. At this time, I'm going to bring up our Mag Bar president, who's going to give us closing remarks. Okay, and also before she comes, let's get Mr. Miller up. He is the advisor for the Reuben V. Anderson Pre-Law Society. And I also have a certificate of appreciation for you as well. And the Pre-Law Society accepted theirs during lunch. So yes, please.
Thank you all so much. And I apologize. My apologies. I was supposed to be here earlier for the for panel, and of course, I had a flight delay coming from DC. Again, just a note: American Airlines, their skies not so friendly. Anyways, but to make up for that, a couple of things. I want to first of all thank Lauren and Ashley for organizing this summit and bringing this here to Tougaloo. This is the first summit we've had in 3 years. We're so excited to be here for our students to be involved and participate actively as they've been. They have just been phenomenal this semester and everything that they have done and accomplished. And so we're so grateful for that. And I want to encourage you all definitely to mentor them, to please sign up for the mentoring. We've been working on that for a very long time now. We actually have a very robust group. This is the largest group in my tenure. We have over 50 plus students. And to give you an idea of that, we're probably about 1/5 of the student population here, Pre-Law Society. Yeah, so it's growing in leaps and bounds, and so we really need the support at this point. And I know some of you all, members of the Magnolia Bar community, haven't formally mentored our students, but we really need to get them all mentored, because it is a yeoman's job of trying to work with these young people and get them where they need to be, and the work that they're doing. And I just want to briefly say, just make a point of, and to, I guess, to take 2 minutes to give what I would have said for my panel. Ultimately, what we have, all of this, and like I said, this has been a phenomenal panel. I've been able to keep up with it as much as I can virtually, but I think ultimately our problem is a wealth problem. We have a government that is going to be essentially is built for those who are the wealthiest of our population. I mean, it's literally all the empirical evidence say, especially the federal government, that ultimately it serves the interests of the top 10% of our population, and that's not going to go away. And so ultimately we're in a position, especially as BIPOC leaders and as a BIPOC community of color, ultimately to save ourselves and to build resources, grow wealth in a collective way, and to address social problems in the criminal justice system, in the education system, and our healthcare system. And so I'm so very proud and honored to say that these phenomenal young people here at Tougaloo are already doing that. As part of the Reuben V. Anderson Institute for Social Justice, which I have the honor of both leading and co-founding here at Tougaloo College, our students are engaging in transformative social justice and policy work in the areas of economic justice, criminal justice equity, public health equity, and educational equity, in partnership with a lot of you and in community organizations across the state. And one thing I want to highlight is here on campus, if you pass by New Women's Dorm, you'll see this beautiful high tunnel with a sign that says Tougaloo Growth Initiative. And so what we ultimately are doing are developing a sustainable food system here on campus, with the goal of building collective power amongst other farmers of color and community and food justice organizations across the state to capture the $6 billion local food market that is in Mississippi. Mississippi has a $6 billion food market, 90% of it's imported. And so what we are trying to do is collectively build these farms, build this infrastructure, and again, partner with others to sort of capture that market. Additionally, with the Benny G. Thompson Leadership Development Program, we plan to actually do that also in the Mississippi Delta, in 3 counties of the Delta, to build a sustainable farm economy there. And so I say all, and these young people are leading it. In fact, upstairs, we have the advocacy training program where Dr. Lauren Long, our phenomenal policy director, is working with the students and other organizers and fellows we have to work with these students in implementing these projects in these areas and doing this great work. And so I'm so excited to share that with you all and leave this conference on a note of optimism that the solutions that are needed to transform our communities socially, economically, and racially are being done by these phenomenal young people and being done in a collective way. And I'm so proud to be a part of that work and so grateful to involve and engage you all in that work in a collective fashion. So please continue to engage with them. Please engage with this college and the things that we're doing. There's so many exciting opportunities. And like I said, again, we're just so thankful. I'm grateful to be a part of the Magnolia Bar in Tougaloo College and the community. And thank you, Lauren, for this opportunity.
Yeah, so when we talk about leadership and social engineering, Attorney Miller is doing it for the next generations to come. At this time, I have 2 more raffles to give away. I guess $50 prizes, and I don't want to leave y'all without it. A lot of people left, so hey, that doubles your chances. Okay, 648-2125. Really? Oh my God! Actually, you can just park it right there, and I will come talk to you after. I will not forget. Monica, you got that. Oh, you want a $50 gift card, by the way. All right, who's going to be our second recipient? 648-2135. Oh my God! See? Okay. Again, you guys, the Magnolia Bar Association is also on Facebook. Please follow us. Again, we appreciate y'all for spending your Saturday with us. You could be anywhere else, but you chose to be a social engineer on a day like today. So thank you. We hope that you enjoyed it. And please spread the word. We'll be doing this every year. Have a great day.